The special meeting of the Board of Education is now called to order. Roll call. Geiger.
Present.
Meek.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thompson.
Here.
Williams here. Weiniger.
Here.
Pledge of Allegiance. All right, so we are going to discuss and vote on the resolution regarding the acceptance of a board member resignation. So I'm just going to read it and then we can discuss when I'm done. Whereas Mike Peterson announced that he would be resigning his position as a school board director of District B of the Douglas County School District RE1 during a special meeting of the Board of Education held on November 30th, 2023. And whereas Mike Peterson subsequently submitted a written notice of his resignation on November 30th, 2023 to be effective on December 1st, 2023. And whereas Colorado law provides that a school board director's office shall be deemed vacant if the person who is duly elected or appointed submits a written resignation to the Board of Education and such resignation has been duly accepted by the Board of Education, CRS 22-31-1291C. And whereas a board director's written resignation does not create a vacancy in that board director's office until the written resignation has been formally accepted by the board. And whereas the district's board has considered Mike Peterson's resignation as a school board director of District B of the Douglas County School District RE1 and has determined that the board action should be taken to accept his resignation. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Education of Douglas County School District RE1 as follows. Number one, the board hereby accepts Mr. Peterson's resignation of his office as director of District B of the Douglas County School District RE1. Discussion. Director Myers.
So while I was disappointed and sad that Mike's leaving his position in his community, I'm excited for this new chapter in his life. And I give him a sincere thanks for the service that he had for the school. On my bulletin board at home in front of my desk is a picture of Mike and I over a year ago when we were canvassing. And we had just kind of loudly been berated by a community member, but he kind of pushed me beside him as a means of protection. He always seemed to want to protect me. And I do consider Mike a friend. He's always tried to protect me, and he has the same morals, values, and faith that I have. I love his family, and Charlotte is his better half who loves and supports him. He's a passionate advocate for education, and he served our community as a powerful voice in the support of teachers, parents, and taxpayers. In his successful tenure, he had the passage of a robust funding for teachers and district employees in Douglas County with the recent victory of 5A. We had top academic performance, Colorado Department of Education data in math, reading, and graduation rates. Thank you, Mike. Good luck in the future and success in whatever you do.
Director Weiniger.
Yeah, I have just some words as well to thank Mike. Thank him for fighting so hard for the kids in Douglas County. Even when his own children were not a student in Douglas County, he never floundered in how hard he voiced to do what's right because he had a big heart for this district and for the kids, like my kids who were in it. And just an example of his big heart, before he was elected and we were all meeting during the campaign, and I had announced to a big room of women and Mike that I was pregnant, and everyone was so happy. And one person teared up, and it was Mike. He teared up when he found out I was pregnant. And he just is like such a father figure and such a big-hearted guy. Even though he was a U.S. Naval flight officer, he just still had that big heart for children and for his people, and he'll be missed so much. But it was so nice to have his leadership and bedrock temperament to depend on, the never-ending effort and long hours, and fortitude he put forth in preparing for and leading every single meeting was amazing to be a part of. I want to thank him for never backing down on actions he knew were best for all kids in this district. The amount of work he accomplished in 2 years is more than some get done in 8. He will be impossible to accurately find a replacement for on this board, and his presence will be noticeably missed. I wish him best of luck in his future ventures, and I know Director Williams will do a fantastic job filling his shoes as a new board president.
Okay, well, I'm not going to speak. I've been blessed enough to be able to have a conversation with Mike, so I've said everything I need to say to him, but just thank you, Mike, so much. Do I have a motion to approve? Director Meek.
Sure. I move to approve the resolution accepting the written resignation of Michael Peterson on the Douglas County School Board.
Second.
Motion by Meek, second by Myers. Roll call, Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, that is all we had here. So for the special the board of, the special meeting of the board will be adjourned after we vote, but then at 5 o'clock, we will reconvene and start a new meeting, our regular board meeting at 5 p.m. So do I have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Roll call, Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Weiniger, or Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
The Board of Education meeting has been adjourned. Meeting of the Board of Education is now called to order. Roll call. Geiger.
Here.
Meek.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thompson.
Here.
Williams here. Weiniger.
Here.
Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Superintendent Kane for the DCSD Spotlight.
Thank you very much, President Williams. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here this evening. We really appreciate it. It's so fun to have so many people here to help us celebrate our amazing schools. Tonight, we have a lot of schools and staff to recognize. So we're going to get started with those who were named 2023 Family Favorites winners and runners-up from Colorado Parent Magazine. So this is a statewide magazine that put out a poll to all of their readers across the state of Colorado to ask who their favorite schools, principals, and programs were across the state of Colorado. And I have to say, Douglas County cleaned up. And we're really proud of that. So for each school or program that was named a winner or runner-up, we'll be providing you with a banner you can proudly display on your school building. And our operations and maintenance staff will help you out with that. Okay. For the principals who were named a winner or a runner-up, you will also receive a banner that can be hung inside your schools. They will be delivered after winter break. So here's a little bit more about the award. As I mentioned, each Colorado Parent Magazine each year they ask for nominations for their Family Favorites contests. Finalists are then voted on by members of the community. This year, the 2023 Family Favorites contests had over 61,000 votes cast across the entire state of Colorado. Douglas County School District had 12 winners and 10 runners-up. So we're going to start with the runners-up. Would the principals or representatives from the following schools please join me up front? And our Executive Director of Schools, please join us as well. Favorite Public Elementary School Principal runner-up is Amy Moyle from Redstone Elementary. Favorite Public Elementary School Principal, Amy Ronnie from Coyote Creek. Favorite public high school, Douglas County High School. And then not surprisingly, favorite public high school principal, our very own Tony Kappas from Douglas County High School. Favorite magnet elementary school, Renaissance Elementary Magnet School. Favorite after-school program, Sage Canyon Base. Favorite charter elementary school principal and favorite charter school middle school principal, both, Stacy Bush at Global Village. Favorite charter middle school, Global Village Academy, also Stacy. And favorite charter middle school runner-up was Renaissance Secondary. So congratulations. Congratulations to all of our runners-up of 61,000 votes. That is amazing. So I'm going to pass the microphone, and while I'm doing that, our directors are going to make their way down to give you your awards. But if you could introduce yourself and talk a little bit about why you think so many of your families voted.
Good evening. I'm Amy Moyle, the proud principal of Redstone Elementary, and I just think this is a huge celebration to our entire learning community. I feel very blessed to get up and do a job every day that I love, and that wouldn't be a reality without our amazing parent community, our wonderful staff, and best of all, our amazing students at Redstone. So thanks to all of them.
Hi, I'm Amy Ronnie, principal at Coyote Creek Elementary, and I don't know who nominated me, that was quite the honor in itself, just to get nominated for the award. And then my husband said that's because I have a big family that I got the recognition. So thanks, family. I love you. No, in all honesty, I do love, I love my community. I wake up every morning, I'm like, gosh, and I never know who to start with. I'm most thankful for my families, my kids, my staff. It's hard to say. I try to mix it up which one I start with. So just thankful to all of them.
Hi, Tony Kappas, principal of the Douglas County High School. My mom and her community voted for me. No, I have no idea. It's an honor and a privilege, and I bleed purple for those who know me. I love DC. I love our community. I feel blessed every day to be a part of Douglas County High School and the history behind it. And I just want to thank everybody that supports DC and the vote.
Hi, my name is Shane. I am the program manager over at Sage Canyon Elementary School. I've been with Sage Canyon for about 6 years, but I've only been the manager over there for just a couple of months. When I took over, it was my goal to just make it both the safest and the most fun program for the kids that I could possibly make it. And I also don't know who nominated me for this, so that was an honor in itself. And so just having the families and everyone vote for us just really means a lot to me, and I really appreciate it. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Alicia Elmore. I'm the director of the base department, and I'm so proud of Shane and his staff. I think that the reason that he probably and his team won the award is every day they wake up and are there for the kids at the beginning of the day, at the last people they see when they leave the building. So they do a great job making everything kids first.
Hi, I'm Stacy Bush from Global Village Academy. Lost my voice today, of all days. I just think that this really speaks volumes about the engagement and satisfaction of our community, the Douglas County community, and our schools, which is just really exciting to be a part of such an amazing district. For our school, I just feel blessed to every day be able to bring a little piece of the world to Douglas County and to the Parker community. We have amazing staff and kids from all over the world. And so we're have just a really unique program that we're extremely proud of. So thank you.
Oh, yeah, what she said, no, just a little bit different. So I'm Amy Stewart. I'm the head of school at Renaissance Secondary School in Castle Rock. And at Renaissance, we have a motto, we are crew, not passengers. There are a few other schools in the district who also subscribe to that. And so when we found out about these awards, I think that was the first thing that came to mind is our community, both our students, our staff, and our families coming together as a community to support the school and be really proud of what we have in terms of programming and community.
All right, congratulations to all of you. I'm going to have the directors come up and give you your awards, and then we're going to take a picture.
All right, directors, pop in the picture. Wherever you want.
Where you want us.
All right, anyone. We're gonna snuggle up for a picture. Yeah. Come in, get in there. Come on, get in. Congratulations, Sarah. Congratulations, Amy. So proud of you. Tony, proud of you. Congratulations. Thank you. Proud of you, Shane. Thank you.
All right. And now the moment we've all been waiting for. Let's talk about who our winners are. So I would like to have principals or representative from the following schools. And again, these schools, out of those 61,000 votes across the state of Colorado, these were, we had a lot of winners here. We have a lot of winners here in Douglas County School District anyway, but we had a lot of winners of this award. All right, favorite public elementary school, Sage Canyon Elementary. And while she's walking up, favorite public elementary school principal, Mandy Hill from Sage Canyon Elementary. Favorite public middle school, Rocky Heights Middle School. Favorite public middle school principal, Erin Kylo at Ranchview Middle School. Favorite public high school, Thunder Ridge High School. Favorite public high school principal, Andy Abner at Rock Canyon High School. Andy was unable to join us tonight, but Mr. Gutierrez will be here in his place. Favorite high school football team, Rock Canyon High School. Favorite Magnet Elementary School principal, Trina Hand from Renaissance Elementary Magnet School. Favorite charter elementary school, Global Village Academy. Favorite charter high school, Renaissance Secondary School. And also winning both the favorite charter school middle school principal and the favorite charter school high school principal, also Amy Stewart at Renaissance Secondary. Congratulations to all of you. It speaks volumes that your families love your schools so much that they answered a survey and all of them together did so. You are doing something really special in your buildings, and we are really, really proud of each and every one of you. I'm going to pass the mic again, although maybe we won't make poor Stacy speak again for a second time. But I'll pass the mic again and just talk a little bit about what this means for your school community and what makes your school so special.
Hi, Mandy Hill from Sage Canyon. I've been lucky enough to be part of Sage Canyon since we opened 13 years ago as a teacher and then assistant principal and now as a principal. And it's just such a fun place to be. Our staff genuinely love each other. We have so much fun with our community and our kids, and we just love coming to work. So it's an honor to be able to accept this award on that behalf.
I'm Cullen Nilsen-Dagger, one of the assistant principals at Rocky Heights Middle School. I'm here for our principal, Chris Cook, and I think he would probably say that we don't do things at our school for recognition, although this is a really great thing for us to receive. We do things because it's the right thing for our kids and for our community. One of Chris's core deep beliefs when he came to school was that we build relationships with everybody from community to our kids to our teachers, and that we're all one family at Rocky Heights. And I think this more than anything is the feedback to us that we are doing that at every level of our building, from our custodial staff to every corner of our building. For us to receive this award from our community is telling us we're doing a great job with that, and we really appreciate our community and all they do for us. So this is more of a thank you to them, to all of our teachers, to all of our kids for being awesome representatives of Rocky Heights.
Hi, I'm Erin Kylo, proud principal at Ranchview Middle School, and I could say the same so far as what everybody has said. At Ranchview, we have a motto: no significant learning happens without significant relationships, and we truly believe in that. We're grateful for all of those that support us, and we're just thankful for our community and the students that come into school every single day and just give the love to all of us, and we can give it back. So yeah, we're just very grateful, and honestly, it's just a feeling of being blessed to be part of such a fantastic feeder.
Sean Patterson, principal of Thunder Ridge High School. Wow, what an honor and a privilege to be up here and representing the history of Thunder Ridge High School and our community. On a day-to-day basis, going to Thunder Ridge High School, into our community, I want to go to work. I want to see our kids. I want to see our staff. I want to see our community. And that's why we are in education. So us representing our community and the students, the staff, in our community, when Thunder Ridge was established in 1996, today, we're representing all of them. And it, like Erin said, it doesn't stop with just the relationships in the school, but the relationships out of the school. It's always a great day to be a Grizzly, and it'll always be a great day to be a Grizzly. So quite an honor coming from our community and from our families and the things our kids do on a day-to-day basis as they walk the halls of Thunder Ridge High School. I'm very, very proud and thankful for our community members and our staff and our school.
Good evening. My name is John Gutierrez. I'm the Executive Director for East Highlands Ranch, and I support Rock Canyon. I believe if Andy was here tonight, he would say, it's a great day to be a JAG. We want to say thank you to Andy for his leadership and all he does to support the Rock Canyon community. We think about our staff, students, and families. He does an outstanding job, and we sincerely appreciate him. And also the football program, a very successful program. I think they went 8-4 and had a good run in the playoffs this year. I'd like to thank all the players, the coaches, the students, everybody at Rock Canyon High School for just that successful program and supporting athletics there as well.
Good evening. I'm Erin McDonald. I'm the Executive Director of Schools for Castle Rock. So I am here to accept the award for Trina Hand from Renaissance Expeditionary Learning Elementary School. And she's amazing. All of the acclimates to all of the leaders here, the school representatives, what you do on a daily basis means so much. And it's those single moments with the kids and the families that you've made a difference in. And so just congratulations and continue the great work that you do. We're just so proud of you as a district.
Hi again. I just wanted to reiterate everything that you all have said. Amazing words. One of the things we really try to do is create a space where kids and adults and families feel welcome, feel loved, feel valued, feel seen. All of their cultures, all of their differences embraced, and where it's a great place to learn and grow. So that is something that we're able to do, and I think that this really just clarifies that that is a value that we all hold dear. I also want to say it might be pretty cool to be a jag or a bear, but it's always awesome to be a dragon.
I agree. I think if you can be a dragon, you should maybe be a dragon. It just kind of goes without saying. We're at Renaissance Secondary. We're overwhelmed by the way that our community turned out with this particular program, and I am certainly humbled to have this honor and to be able to share that with our community. It's really an incredible group of people all around, and we're really just we all feel really fortunate to get to do the work we do with young people.
Okay, our directors are going to come up and give you your certificates, and we will do another picture.
I hire well and I get out of it. That's what I, it's my motto. So proud of you. Oh my God.
All right, do we need to move? Can we move this way so we can
Everybody
get everyone
slide
in?
this way.
Everyone slide, there we go. Can you get us off? Do we need people in front? We might have to do the columns formation. I'll come do it. I'll come do it, Paul.
Kaylee, where are you? Those are my favorite recognitions because those students just, they know what to do. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you so much.
Congratulations, Sean.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have the privilege of honoring an incredible assistant principal. Carrie Stubinger and Dr. Chris Page, would you please join me up front? Going to have Mr. Gutierrez come up as well, please. All right. All in their blue, too. I love it. The Colorado Association of School Executives, known as CASE, recently named Carrie from the Highlands Ranch High School the 2024 Colorado Secondary School Assistant Principal of the Year. You may remember that just last spring, Dr. Page was named the Colorado High School Principal of the Year by the same organization. This is a huge, huge honor. You all are doing something really special at Highlands Ranch High School, and we are so, so proud of Highlands Ranch High School. And Carrie, you're amazing. Having been with you to walk Highlands Ranch High School and look at everything that you are doing with career and technical education and your passion for career and technical education. Carrie has told us she will be personally expanding the cosmetology program somehow, one way or another. But truly, your dedication to the students and to your school is remarkable. So what does this award mean to you? It's your turn.
Oh, goodness. The thing I hate the most. I am truly honored and humbled by this award. I don't talk about myself very often because I truly believe in one of our mottos at Highlands Ranch is that we are all in. We are all in for our kids and we are all in for our staff and our students. And my team likes to tease that I cannot speak without using the words either CTE or Cosmo. So there you go, Mr. Core, I just did it for you. Because that's where my heart lies. It truly does, because I feel like our purpose is to meet the needs of all of our students. And we know that their journey through education is not a one size fits all. And so the fact that we have embraced CTE and all of the things that it offers is huge for me. And that is really where my heart lies, is trying to meet the needs of all of our kids on a day-to-day basis through Cosmo and all the other things I hope we're going to get later on down the road. I'm being told to slow my roll just a little bit, which is fine. It's coming. So I promise not to put a hole in the cosmetology wall.
5B. We need
There you go.
5B.
Anytime soon. But truly, it is a team approach. And that is what I am passionate about and what I do on a day-to-day basis. So I'm thankful to work with this awesome guy and all the things we're doing at Highlands Ranch, because I think it's awesome for kids.
We are. One more round of applause. We're so proud of you. And I also want to let Dr. Page talk about Carrie a little bit, because I am guessing he has a few things to say.
Absolutely. As you guys can see, Carrie is focused, she is determined, she is passionate, and most importantly, she's a connector. She connects in our building, not just with staff, but with students and in our community all the time. Last year, I got a chance to get up here and talk about the idea of it was the community and the support that helped me get here. But this lady here has truly been a focus in our school and has driven our school to that next level in every inch of the way. And so I am so proud of her. We are so proud of you. And thank you for all that you do to make the Highlands Ranch High School such an amazing place.
Thank you. I also would like to let Mr. Gutierrez say a few words.
This is a huge celebration for you. Congratulations. Celebration for Highlands Ranch High School and Douglas County Schools. You are phenomenal at what you do. You make a difference at Highlands Ranch High School. Thanks for all the good things that you do for staff, students, and families. And also like to say thank you to Dr. Page for what he does for his leadership team as a mentor, and the support definitely paying off for our system. So thank you, Dr. Page. And again, congratulations to you. You bet.
Okay, Director Geiger will give you your award, and we will do a picture. And that concludes our recognitions for the evening.
Awesome. Congratulations. One more round of applause for everyone. All right, on to the acceptance of the agenda. Do I have a motion to accept the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Weiniger, second by Meek. Roll call. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson. Aye. Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Passed 7-0. On to superintendent reports.
Terrific. Thank you so much. Okay, I have quite a few superintendent updates today.
DCSD had a great showing at the CHSA State Finals for cheer and POMs last weekend. We have 4 state champions and many others placed in the top 5. Way to go. We are so proud of our state champions for 5A co-ed cheer, Castleview High School, for 5A POMs, Rock Canyon High School, 5A jazz, Mountain Vista High School, and 2A proms, Skyview Academy. Congratulations also to our DCSD Unified cheerleading team on their performance at CHSA State Spirit. This team is made of unified athletes and peer coaches from middle school, high school, as well as students from our bridge programs all over the district, and we're so proud of all of them. The Continental Music Festival is coming up. This is one of my absolute favorite events in our district. This is the best of the best. Like the state championships, this is like the state championship for band, orchestra, and choir. Students have to audition for this prestigious honor, and only the best make it. They get to perform at Betcher Hall at the DCPA on Tuesday, January 16th at 7 p.m. Our students work with and are taught by guest conductors from local universities and colleges. Some of us, as I said, call this the best event of the year. We are excited to watch these amazing and talented students perform, and we are excited to celebrate all of their hard work. ThesCon took place last week and last weekend, and many of our DCSD high school and middle school students participated. We will obtain a list of winners soon, and so you will hear about that again. Daniel C. Oaks High School had their winter 2023 graduation last Thursday. I just want to extend a heartfelt congratulations to all of our Daniel C. Oaks graduates. Congratulations to our Legacy campus. They had over 1,000 attendees at their showcase night last Wednesday. This is a great way for our families across our district to know what we offer in Douglas County School Districts so that they can access all of the amazing programs. Congratulations to Douglas County High School sophomore, Madeline E. The Town of Castle Rock's 2023 holiday card will feature her original artwork titled Wonderful Wilcox Street. Madeline was formally recognized by the Castle Rock Town Council on December 5th, and she received a set of her very own printed cards and a $100 gift card to Hobby Lobby. Way to go, Madeline. And we do indeed, if you haven't seen it, have a beautiful holiday display on Wilcox Street, and perhaps I'm a little biased, but especially here at Douglas County School District's Wilcox building. Colorado State University Global and Douglas County School District are proud to announce a new partnership to provide enhanced career opportunities to educators. This collaboration strengthens professional pathways for our educators and underscores CSU Global's commitment to its mission of facilitating workplace success and its ongoing work to support K-12 school districts throughout Colorado. We're excited to be able to share this opportunity with our educators. Many incredible school and feeder holiday concerts and performances are taking place over the next week and a half. Our choirs, bands, and orchestras are doing amazing work, and we encourage all of our families, board members, and staff to go to a concert if you can. Rock Canyon High School Principal Andy Abner, we spoke about him tonight. He has also been named the 2024 Administrator of the Year by the Colorado Music Educators Association. He will officially be recognized at the CMEA conference in late January, and we will honor him at an upcoming board meeting. Legend High School hosted a Technology Student Association competition at the Legacy campus on Friday the 8th, where students participated in a variety of competitions. We're really proud of all the hard work by our Legend High School students. Our district special education team hosted their first legal conference for DCSD school administrators focused on supporting students with disabilities on December 1st. The sessions included special education hot topics, mental health, safety supports, and conflict resolution. It was such a success that we are planning to hold another conference when school gets out in May. And then finally, this is a fun one, but Walktober Employee Wellness. We do a lot of employee wellness activities here in Douglas County School District to encourage wellness among our employees. We had 2,440 employees and 30 household members participate in Walktober. And this boosted energy, improves mood, and makes walking a priority. That is 29% of our employees that participated, and collectively they amassed a whopping 779 million steps. Which is a lot of steps. Unfortunately, I don't think that I contributed as many as I could have to that count. Our neighboring districts averaged about a 19% participation rate, so a 29% participation rate is fantastic. And we had a wonderful time celebrating great teams like the GRE Dog Walkers, SRE's Soul Sisters and a Mister, and Rocky Heights Middle School, Not Fast, Just Furious, for a heated competition on the leaderboard and celebrating employee wellness. So we're really excited to continue that into March, where we will do Spring into Motion, which will be the next step challenge. Thank you so much for our employees for participating, and it's just such a great thing for culture and climate. So thank you so much to all of our wellness coordinators for making it happen. That's it for my superintendent updates tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On to public comment. The purpose of public comment is to balance the ability to hear diverse viewpoints from a broad spectrum of citizens throughout the district while allowing our Board of Education to conduct business in an orderly and efficient manner. Time has been adjusted to allow all speakers the opportunity to speak during the allotted time. Each speaker will be afforded the ability to speak once during public comment session for the time allotted. 3 minutes will be allotted for each speaker this evening. When speaking, please remain respectful and address the board rather than guests and staff in the room. To respect free speech, please do not interrupt them while they're at the podium providing comments. You will have a 15-second notice prior to the end of your time so you can wrap up your comments. When your time is up, please leave the podium. If the audience wants to react between speakers, feel free to do so while being respectful and honoring the next speaker's time. However, please do not engage speakers and other audience members in a disruptive manner. Attendees who create a disturbance or disrupt speakers will be asked to leave the room after a prior warning. So tonight we are going to start with the public speakers on behalf of the charter schools. We will start with those that are online or virtual first. Starting with Auburn Mauger, and then we will do Andrew Mauger, and then Wendy Smith. Is Auburn online?
Hi, yeah, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Awesome. So hi, yeah, my name is Auburn Mauger. I'm have been at STEM School Highlands Ranch for 6 years now, and in that time, I've seen what it truly means to never stop innovating. For at STEM, no matter your passions or interests, there's always a place for you both in and outside of the classroom. In the classroom, I mean, unlike other schools, which typically limit which classes you can take where and when, STEM puts no limit on your academic achievement and allows you to customize your learning to your academic goals and interests. For me, through STEM's involved curriculums, I've personally discovered my passion for biology, and I'm now able to take more specific courses of different difficulties like college microbiology and human anatomy, which not only suit my interests, but prepare me for the real-life college world. Not only this, but in terms of our clubs here at STEM, the environment to explore our passions and hobbies is very vast outside of the classroom. We have everything from sports to robotics to Rubik's Cube Club and practically anything else you can imagine in between. As a school leader of many of these clubs who's been involved in a lot, I've personally discovered so much about myself and developed my resume experience outside of the classroom. Ultimately, these experiences, both in and outside of the classroom that STEM has given me, has truly shaped my ability to be the successful student and peer and mentor that I am today. And I'm forever grateful and proud to be a STEM Spartan and hope to see it thrive in the future. That's all I have, so thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Mauger, Wendy Smith, and then Madison Eidman. Andrew, are you there?
Hello.
Hi.
This is Andrew Mauger. Hello. Good evening, everyone. I'm the proud parent of 2 kids that attend STEM school, Highlands Ranch, one of which you just heard from. And I wanted to express my support for STEM's charter renewal. We've been part of the STEM community now for 7 years. I've got a 6th grader and a junior, and I have 2 STEM kids. They're very interested in math, very interested in science, and they're truly thriving at STEM. They're challenged. They're learning a lot. My daughter, again, who you just heard from, has the opportunity to take numerous advanced placement and concurrent enrollment classes, some of which are at Arapahoe Community College. And it just blows my mind. She's on track to have enough college credit by the time she graduates from STEM to start college as a junior, which just blows me away that they have that opportunity. The sports at STEM, my daughter's a co-captain of the girls volleyball team and just loves the opportunity to have that competitive outlet with her friends and peers. And especially since STEM recently joined CHASA and got their new gym last year. Both of my kids have participated in TSA, and my daughter got to advance on to participate in some state competitions. My son just had his first competition internal to STEM last week and just loved it. And it's just a great opportunity for the kids. And then lastly, and my daughter alluded to this, she's part of student government and several honor societies. And overall, it just feels like she's a big fish in a little pond and able to influence a lot of what goes on in STEM. And that's exactly what my wife and I were looking for from a high school experience for our kids. So both of our kids have had amazing teachers throughout the years that have provided them with a very positive impact on their lives. And lastly, I've been part of the STEM School Accountability Committee for the last 2 years, and I've got to see a lot of the behind the scenes of how STEM is run, the challenges they face and are overcoming. And I've just been very impressed with what I'm seeing as far as how the school is run. So again, strong believer in STEM and proponent for them renewing their charter, and want my kids to be able to continue to attend STEM and have these great opportunities. That's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Wendy Smith, Madison Eidman, and then Lori Roberts before we move to in-person. Wendy Smith.
Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Perfect. My name is Wendy Smith. I'm the People and Culture Manager at Caliber Engineering that's located next to the STEM Highlands Ranch Charter School. And as a local business representative, I'm here today to support their charter school renewal. Caliber and our staff have had numerous opportunities to engage with and participate in the STEM Highlands Ranch experience. We've witnessed their dedication to student success through career fairs, internship programs, and various other avenues. We see how dedicated the faculty and local police are to safety, and we see how much the students enjoy their time together. As a local business, we have had the unique opportunity to engage as a business partner with the school, providing internships for students to gain hands-on engineering experience. I want to share our experience hosting one of their seniors, Paige McHenry, who has been working with us part-time this year. Paige is bright and determined student who came to us with a passion for engineering and a willingness to learn and contribute meaningfully to our business. Paige has shown more follow-through, more determination, and more energy than many of our seasoned engineering applicants. From day one, we were impressed with Paige, who independently introduced herself around the office with professionalism and grace. During her internship, Paige worked with our water resources engineers and communications staff. She has gained real-world experience, learning essential technical skills such as AutoCAD, GIS, and Revit. Paige has assisted our engineers with plans, details, exhibits, presentations, and proposals for various projects, and she has helped the communications team execute many initiatives. Paige has learned several soft skills, including teamwork, planning, organization, employee engagement, and communication. I spoke with Paige earlier today, and she shared that her internship experience at Caliber has helped her discover her passion for environmental engineering and business, and has focused her decision to pursue them in college. She would recommend this internship to students who want to learn what it's like to become an engineer in the real world. Similarly, we would recommend Paige as an exceptional intern and STEM Highlands Ranch for its active role in assisting her through the internship process. Our experience with STEM Highlands Ranch has been extremely positive. We're grateful for our partnership and fully support their charter school renewal.
Thank you. Madison Eidman, Lori Roberts, and then we will transition to in-person. Madison, are you there?
Yeah. So, hi, my name is Maddie Eidman. I'm a current senior at STEM School Highlands Ranch, and then this is my 5th year being here. So at STEM, I've really found a home with the countless extracurricular activities it offers, most of these being through BEST Robotics, FRC, and TSA. TSA was really my first introduction to the STEM field, and it gave me a chance to explore my interests outside of school through events such as animatronics, as well as giving me an opportunity to plan fundraising events as an officer. On top of that, after joining high school, I joined FRC and BEST Robotics. BEST has really given me a chance to grow my leadership and provided me with an opportunity to think outside of the box. On top of that, through BEST and my classes at STEM, I've been able to use real-world CAD programs such as SolidWorks and Onshape, which is something that I never imagined I would be able to learn in high school. I'm actually at a BEST meeting right now. Additionally, my experience in FRC has been unforgettable. FRC has been a life-changing experience that STEM was able to provide. It has fostered and grown my interest in engineering, as well as given me a chance to design and create a whole robot from scratch. FRC has really allowed me to take what I learned beyond the classroom, learning new tools, CAD software, and electronics at an industry level, which has been a great experience for me and something that I never thought I'd be able to do within high school. Additionally, FRC through STEM has taught me leadership and communication skills that I will take with me wherever I go. From my first year on the team working fabrication to starting my senior year, my social and communication skills have grown tremendously. The mentorship that volunteers for both BEST and FRC has taught me so much about what it means to be a leader in STEM and has helped me prepare for my college and professional career. With several of them working in the industry, which I aim to pursue, they have been a great resource and have prepared me with industry-level knowledge, work ethic, and management skills. Additionally, they have served as fantastic role models in my life, and I'm very grateful for STEM to be able to provide these programs. These programs have given me a chance to be able to create some of my lifelong friends and memories. Overall, STEM has been a great school and experience for me as it has provided me with a challenge within and outside of the classroom. It offers several AP and C classes, which I've been able to take since freshman year, and it has countless extracurricular activities that I've been able to be a part of. I'm beyond grateful for the opportunity that I have to be able to attend STEM and learn through its problem-based learning structure in and outside of the classroom. And then I implore you guys to renew STEM's charter as it has changed my life for the better and helped me prepare for an ever-changing future.
Thank you. Lori Roberts, and then we'll move to in-person. Chris Gregg will be first up. Lori, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. Good evening. My name is Lori Roberts. I live in Lone Tree currently. It's a pleasure to be here speaking tonight, but it is my first time. I can't think of a better reason, though, to share my perspective. I have 2 secondary children at STEM. We are in our 2nd year here, and one of my children receives support from support services. I can tell you that from the very beginning, I was truly in awe of what the STEM school and the team offers. Support, lack of judgment, willingness to hear our entire story, to not label my kids, to encourage them. We were previously in an Illinois school district, and we just felt belittled and isolated constantly because my students are not traditional. And as a mom, that was really hard. But no one there would hear our complexities, and I feel that STEM goes above and beyond to support my children at their school. Charter schools in general are part of the reason that we chose to move to Colorado, but we started out in another school district up north, and we felt that same invisible sort of lack of understanding for my twice exceptional son. But immediately at STEM, the entire support group felt like a true support system and a blessing to us. And I've constantly been amazed at what seems normal here The listening, the acknowledging, the offering help and options, and partnering with us to think outside of the box. The daily support for my son with aides in the classroom and support with the LSS resources during his study hall, for example. I don't know if this particular group happens to go above and beyond what's expected, but it truly warms my heart to see that my son and my daughter, who's gifted, being set up for success. And I see that not just from the support services team, but from the entire administration. I can sense their dedication and the genuineness that they offer. They not only seem to do that for everybody, but they also appear to know my children personally and are willing to connect with me when I call or email, and very willing to share both sides of the story. So being new to Colorado, it might be a formality to renew a charter for a charter school, but I wanted to make sure that my voice was heard in this. From the very first day we toured STEM, we were displaced from our Louisville home from the Marshall Fire, and it was mid-year, and we went in just to see what some options were. And Dr. Johnson, who was director at the time, was willing to talk with us right then and there about how we could become part of the STEM family, and we have never lost sight of that. My kids and I both continue to feel that support from STEM in the middle of our second year, and we hope to continue education at STEM. So thank you for listening to my story.
Thank you. All right, in person, Chris Gregg, Sarah Nisbet, and then Haley Maglieri. Chris?
Good evening. Thank you for having me speak.
I don't think so. Just push the button.
Now?
There you go.
Okay. All right, thank you. My name is Chris Gregg, and I am a parent at North Star Academy. I'm also on the board. But really tonight, I just want to speak to you as a parent and kind of give you my perspective on the things that we feel have been great about North Star and why I would encourage you to renew the charter. When we moved here 15 years ago, we wanted to be in a district that had excellent schools. That was a top priority for us. And so we settled on Douglas County. Through friends and family, we heard about charter schools, and honestly, I didn't even know what that meant at the time, but they gave us glowing reviews of North Star, and so we explored that option. We put our name on the list, crossed our fingers, and hoped that we would get in. So you fast forward 12 years now, and my son has graduated from there and is thriving in high school, straight A student, and just doing a fantastic job. My daughter is also a sixth grader at the school now, and as well, she's excelling academically and socially. You know, being a board member, I do get to see kind of what goes on behind the scenes and what some of those things are that make it such a well-oiled machine and how the school operates. But really, I'm speaking to you more as a parent and what I see and what has really contributed to our lives. Few areas that we really love. The focus on the character education, I think, is something that really sets a school apart. The children are there to learn, obviously, their reading, writing, arithmetic, but they also get that extra level. They really learn how to be a contributing member to society and just a great person that can give back once they're out of school. A few of those items that really contribute to that would be, you know, our Veterans Day program, the quarterly community service projects that we do, the community outreach. And I think those really help the children to understand that there's more than just what they learn in the classroom. It's where they go with it and where they take it in life. Academically, the school is top-notch. The scores that we represent every year are in the best in the state, and they continue to improve. During the whole pandemic and the lockdowns and all that stuff that we all dealt with, is a very challenging time, but I felt like our school did a fantastic job of keeping the students in class, keeping them learning, and the scores that you see now represent that. Our growth scores have been some of the best in the state, and year over year, they've been fantastic in this last year. The Spanish language program that we have at North Star, I think is really an exceptional step and something that children need to learn. As we go forward in the future, that diversity, that ability to have a second language is just going to become that much more important. And so for me as a parent, I think that's very important. Teacher retention and parent satisfaction scores are fantastic, and I believe we have the best administration in the state.
15 seconds remain.
Really, the school's record speaks for itself, but I wanted just to highlight what it's meant to me as a parent, and I would respectfully request that you approve the recharter, and I thank you all for your service.
Thank you. Sarah Nisbet, Haley Maglieri, and then Amrit Ahuja.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Nisbet. I'm a very proud parent and a board member at Ben Franklin Academy, and I am recommending and asking for the board to approve our charter renewal. I have been a family member with Ben Franklin for 11 years. I'm a former educator myself. I taught for 5 years as a kindergarten teacher outside of Houston. And so I was looking around too at schools, and I'm so thankful that we are in a district of choice where you can look at charter schools of choice. My kids started in preschool, and I also now have a thriving high school student that, because of the academic rigor, the focus on our 13 virtues, and all of the STEAM curriculum, has set them up to be successful in whatever school they choose that works for them. But I also see the lens of our staff. Right? What supports do our staff need, and how do our administration and our board work to provide that, right? So that's looking at professional development. What in-school professional development can we provide, and what outside of school professional development are our teachers able to take advantage of to build up their growth and their leadership? But also looking at the leadership and growth opportunities for our parent and school community. So there are multiple committees for all of our parents to be involved in, whether you want to be in the classroom, do you have time outside of school? I was very thankful to be on the School Accountability Committee for 4 years, and now serving as a board of director. This is my 5th year. How have I grown as a leader, and how has the school given back to me and my family? And I'm just so thankful for that, and to see this continued growth for more students, for our staff, our administration, and families throughout our district. So thank you.
Thank you. Haley Maglieri, Amrit Ahuja, Carla Gustafson.
Good evening. I'm a mom to a 4th grader and a 2nd grader at Ben Franklin Academy. We've been part of the community for 5 years, and my 2 boys have always spoken so incredibly positively about our school. And as a parent, that brings me incredible joy and comfort. The environment fostered by the administrators and our staff at BFA is truly special. Every BFA student is met where they are, while also challenged appropriately to achieve their full potential. I wasn't at the school long before I decided I want to give back to those who give so much to us. I joined the board of directors 3 years ago, where I was able to gain a better understanding of how well the school operates, our strong financial health, the professionalism of our administration and our staff, the structure and rigor of our curriculum, and the camaraderie of our community. Our staff is exceptional, our parents are engaged, and our students are happy. Our administration, well, so they're some of the best. What's in the best interest of every student at BFA is at the forefront of every single decision that is made. My formal title at the school is school board president. My most important role is mom. And I couldn't be happier for my kids to be students at Ben Franklin Academy. The school is building our leaders of tomorrow for success, and that my hope is that our charter contract will be renewed, so BFA can continue to do so for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Amrit Ahuja, Carla Gustafson, and then David Marquez.
Good evening. My name is Amrit Ahuja, and I'm a senior at STEM School Highlands Ranch. I've been at STEM since 5th grade, and it has truly become my second home. Over the years, I've grown close with the students and staff at STEM, and I'm grateful for the close-knit community. The unique bond that students and staff at STEM share is the cornerstone of our success, and I'm fortunate enough to have firsthand experience of this. The students at STEM are all passionate, hardworking, driven, and we challenge each other to in and outside of the classroom. STEM is known for academic excellence, and in the classroom, students push each other to achieve more through healthy competition, allowing us to reach heights we never thought possible. Outside of the classroom, we inspire each other to be better people. There's an undeniable spirit of unity that binds our students together, whether it's through group projects, extracurricular activities, or simply supporting one another through challenging times. Our teachers are no exception to the outstanding community at STEM. They don't just teach, they inspire, guide, nurture us beyond the classroom. They are mentors who invest not only in our academic growth, but also in our personal development. They create an environment where we feel comfortable expressing ourselves, asking questions, and exploring our potential. During lunch and off periods, students are often found in classrooms discussing current events, research opportunities, or just hanging out with their favorite teachers. Students choosing to spend their free time talking to teachers is a testament to the special bond that students and teachers share at STEM. What truly sets our school apart is the genuine care and connection our community has that surpasses the confines of the classroom. STEM is more than a school. It's a home where we collaborate to achieve success. I hope you will consider this all when deciding to renew STEM's charter. Thank you.
Thank you. Carla Gustafson and then David Marquez.
Hello, I'm Carly Gustafson. I'm here to express my support for the STEM School Highlands Ranch Charter Renewal. I've been a STEM parent for over 7 years, and I'm a passionate supporter. I'm committed as a volunteer. Originally, I started volunteering in SAC committee, and then I was very glad to have the opportunity to join the STEM board when we were almost vacant, had like 3 board members, and helped fill a role, and have now been volunteering on the STEM board for about 3 years. I have a current 7th grader, and my oldest graduated last year as a 23 STEM grad. Very proud. And just the school has been great for my kids. They thrive there. You know, we talk about the problem-based learning, and what I love is it's the problem-based learning where they really experience and learn by action, you know, in whatever, whether it's a project or some sort of way of doing it, not just the read and respond and test. They do something. And they pair that with challenging curriculum. And then I come back and the things my kids tell me they learn, I'm like, oh my gosh, I never learned that if I was lucky. And you're doing this in middle school. You know, just the stuff I love that they bring home. So to me, that's just what I love about it. That's why I'm so passionate. That's why I support STEM and will continue to, because I see what it does for my kids. I see what it does for the range of kids. We talk a lot about AP classes and the 4.0s and the 4+s. And my oldest, that wasn't him, but yet he had the concurrent education, CE courses through ACC that actually were taught at STEM. And manufacturing class was like his jam, right? So we have those range of opportunities. So there's so many kids that find their place at STEM. And then I counter that with my youngest, who's the current 7th grader, and he's doing robotics club. Last year he was competing against his big brother. This year our middle school team has an opportunity that most don't, and they compete directly with the high school in the best robotics that we talk about, because there's multiple robotics clubs at STEM. You have to know which one you're talking about, which I love, you know, as an engineer. So those are examples of what I see, why I'm passionate, why I'm here to support it. And, you know, now I look as a board member, we have our new school leader, Matt Cartier, that is just bringing that new energy and exactly what we need, that fresh start. But we also have a fully engaged board, you know, from a few years ago and going through things like COVID, where you lost your volunteers. So I'm just here to request your support for the 5-year renewal so that we can come back in 5 years and tell you all these great things that we took that positive energy and continued to grow and provide one of many choices for all of our students here at Douglas County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. David Marquez.
Good evening. My name is David Marquez, and I'm a proud senior at STEM School Highlands Ranch. Having been a part of this incredible institution since 5th grade, I stand before you to share my journey, which exemplifies the exceptional education and opportunities our school provides, and to advocate for the renewal of our school's charter. Firstly, I want to emphasize our teachers' unparalleled dedication and skill throughout my years here. I've been fortunate to learn from educators who are not just teachers, but mentors and inspirations. Their commitment has been a driving force in my academic and personal growth. In fact, my research paper on the genetics of the common roly-poly is a testament to this impact. My science teachers encouraged me to dive into my curiosity and helped me every step along the way with my research. Because of them, I've been able to contribute to the field of biology at the age of 17. But not just that. STEM has helped me with internships. It got me an internship at Panther Industries, which is just right up the road. They manufacture basically the machines that print all the labels that go on every product you see, Walmart, all that. And I was fortunate enough to work in research and development, which was super cool. Another crucial aspect of my experience at STEM was my involvement with the Technology Student Association, which you've already heard quite a bit about. But TSA is not just an acronym, and it represents a vibrant community that extends beyond our school walls. Within TSA, students like myself explore and compete in areas such as science, technology, engineering, mathematics. It's a platform that encourages innovation and collaboration, and STEM School Highlands Ranch not only supported, but propelled me to new heights within TSA. I'm immensely proud to share that through the nurturing environment of our school, I became the youngest state officer ever in the association, and subsequently the national president, the first from Colorado. I now have the honor of leading over 300,000 members, and this achievement is not mine alone. It's representative of our school's commitment to fostering leadership, technical skills, and a collaborative spirit. These experiences are not unique to me, but are shared by countless students who have walked the halls of our school. STEM School Highlands Ranch is more than an educational institution. It is a community that nurtures young minds, transforming them into leaders, innovators, and conscientious citizens. Our school's charter is not merely a document, but it is a promise to continue this legacy of excellence and opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to those speaking on Hope Online's Priority Improvement Plan. Kim Garcia.
Good evening. My name is Kim Garcia. I'm a Douglas County School District parent and also a resident, and I'm here tonight to represent Hope School Accountability Committee. This evening, we request your support and approval of the Middle School Unified Improvement Plan that will be presented later this evening. As a committee, we believe each action step outlined in the UIP is achievable and will positively impact the achievement and growth of our students. This year, 60% of Hope Middle School students began the year 3 or more grade levels below. As a result of the implementation of many of the action steps, we have been able to begin to close these gaps. We are about halfway through our mid-year diagnostic testing. So far, about 10% of students performing 3 grades below have already improved at least 1 grade level, and the percent of students performing at or above grade level has increased by about 8%. On our behalf of the Accountability Committee, I would like to thank Douglas County's Board for your unwavering support of Hope for so many years and your ongoing commitment to all students throughout Colorado. I'd also like to thank the Douglas County community for being Hope Angels for our Families in Need program, which provided gifts to over 700 students that otherwise would not have Christmas presents under the tree this year. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are going to move on to general public comment. We'll start with in-person and then go to virtual. Jen Iverson, then Kathy Leese, Susan Renton. I don't know that I see Jen. So Kathy.
Okay, bigger. Good evening, President Williams, directors, and Superintendent Kane. My name is Kathy Lees, a longtime resident of Douglas County, and have over a decade experience volunteering on various committees within the district. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I'm here to encourage the board to adopt the changes to policy KB that will be proposed by the DAC this evening. After reviewing the suggested changes a couple of months ago, I breathed a sigh of relief with the hope that the policy will get back on track by removing the section mentioning parents' rights. Parents' rights have a vital role in the district. They outline the legal entitlements and protections afforded parents concerning their child's education. However, they don't belong in a policy on parent engagement. Parent engagement is about the active involvement, collaboration, and partnership between parents or guardians and the school community to support the students' learning and development. And it's all students, not just theirs. Parent engagement is about how the district is responsible for creating an environment of parents to engage on behalf of their own child, but also for all students, which I just said. When parent engagements and parents' rights are included in the same policy, it creates a culture of conflict between parents and educators, as well as between parents and parents, as we've seen on this diet up here. It weakens the engagement policy, creating confusion about the process of engagement when it should be adding clarity. It complicates how this policy would be implemented by the district. The engagement policy should guide the district on what procedures are implemented to create parent engagement. Rights should inform how each of those interactions are addressed. It's not a procedure in and of itself. A parent engagement policy should focus on responsibilities and create a culture of collaboration over conflict. Please, I encourage you to vote yes and support or to adopt this policy change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Susan Ritton, Megan Birch, and Amy Winju.
Good evening. Tonight, the DAC will be presenting the recommendations to eliminate parental rights from the already approved parent engagement policy. This policy was approved by the board that was elected by the people of Douglas County. However, the DAC and the group that unanimously approved the changes to this policy do not reflect the desires of the people. The mere fact that they unanimously approved this policy is evidence of that. I would like to address a few of the changes the DAC is recommending tonight. Number one, the already approved policy states, the board recognizes the fundamental right of parents and guardians to raise their children in accordance with their own personal beliefs and convictions. The DAC wants us to believe that parents no longer want this right. I find this ludicrous. Parents are more involved in their children's development than ever before. Parents are on the sidelines as their student athletes compete on the field. They seek out the best music instruction, summer camps, and extracurricular activities to ensure their children reach their full potential, sometimes spending thousands of dollars and endless hours in the process. Parents in Douglas County do not want to be stripped of their parental rights. Their actions do not support this conclusion. Number two, the already approved policy states, the board supports open communication and disclosure of information concerning their children's health, identity, and education. The DAC has determined that families prefer to relinquish these rights to the school. When a child is sick, doesn't the school call the parent to come and pick up the child and keep that child home until they are well? Of course, because parents need to be involved in every aspect of their child's care. And this holds true for a child's identity as well, because their identity is very much tied to their health. Suggesting that parents not be involved in their child's education goes against all the studies that prove that parental involvement in education increases a child's performance in school. Number three, the approved policy states, the district will honor parental decisions to opt their children from selected instructional materials or activities per current district policy. The DAC would also like to eliminate parents' rights to opt out of material that parents object to. Parents have the fundamental right to direct the education, medical care, and moral upbringing of their children. Opting a child out of material a parent finds objectionable still allows the material to be taught. And lastly, the parent engagement policy is just that, a policy for the parents. It is not a staff policy. The staff has representation through the teachers' unions and the school administrators. The staff is already fairly represented. This policy is for the parents, the same parents who provide the children and the tax dollars that make it possible for salaries to be paid and schools to exist.
15 seconds remaining.
Thank you.
15
Megan Birch,
seconds remaining.
and then Amy Winju, and then we'll move online.
Good
Good evening. My name is Megan Birch. I'm a DCSD parent. I'm here tonight in support of the DAC's proposed changes to policy KB that will be discussed later. I had an opportunity to look at the policy changes and the presentation that were attached to tonight's agenda, and I was incredibly impressed with the amount of effort and collaboration that went into the process and really appreciate their efforts. There was a comment in the presentation that particularly resonated with me. Policies should be developed with input from those most impacted by the implementation of this policy. I agree with this comment and want to highlight the importance of intention versus impact. It doesn't appear that the policy changes to KB in June considered the impact on LGBTQ+ students. And those are the students that will bear some of the greatest burden of the policy changes. The policy change created a pathway for disclosure of information to parents about a variety of topics, including identity. I want to name what that means when language like identity is used as a potential concern that parents would need to know about. We are talking about targeting LGBTQ+ students. Let me give you a couple of examples of how this translates into practice and how this can make LGBTQ+ students feel unsafe and unwelcome and targeted. Students who identify as heterosexual regularly have dating relationships at school. Some of those relationships might not be approved by their parents for multiple reasons, and yet there is not a push for schools to call parents notifying them of these relationships or of their child's sexual identity. They simply get to be students. Students who identify as cisgender are not tagged as those needing a potential call home either. Again, they simply get to be students. Additionally, and unfortunately, a call home to tell parents about the sexual or gender identity of LGBTQ+ students may not be received with affirmation and care. Again, when we're talking about identity in this policy, it's the LGBTQ students in this district that are specifically being targeted. I've heard agreement from all of you about the importance of mental health for our students, either as directors or on the campaign trail. So let's look at the data. Acceptance of LGBTQ+ youth, which includes correct pronoun use, is associated with lowering suicide risk. When we consider policy changes, we need to be centering the needs of the students of this district. They are the most affected by these changes, and their voices, perspectives, and impact on them, regardless of intention, must be considered when making these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Winju. And then we'll move online. We'll start with Laureen Bull and then Holly M.
Good evening. Tonight I'm going to speak about the potential influence the Chinese Communist Party may have in the district. In particular, I'm going to speak about the Global Village Academy Douglas County Charter School in Parker. China's Communist Party's influence in America spans the spectrum to include education. In the U.S., over 500 public schools, K through 12, have Confucius classrooms. China is said to have invested multi-millions of dollars to establish and fund these Confucius classrooms. These classrooms are typically presented to districts as cultural exchange programs as a chance for American students to learn Mandarin as well as about mainland China's culture. The Global Village Academy has partnerships with and receives grants from China's Hanban Chinese Language Council and is part of the Hanban Asia Society Confucius Classrooms Network. Hanban cannot operate without the Chinese Communist Party support. I bring this up because we like to teach children factual history, right? So questions I have is, does the Chinese language immersion program at DCSD's Global Village Academy in Douglas County teach about Hong Kong and Taiwan's history? Do they teach that these entities have been and always are part of China's Communist Party, or do they teach that they are separate entities? On the surface, Confucius classrooms seem benign, yet they are part of the Chinese Communist government's exercise of soft power and come out of China's Ministry of Education. DCSD's Global Village Academy, Douglas County Schools, possible ties to China's Communist Party raises serious safety and security concerns. It is recommended that the board and its associates consider starting an investigation to bring transparency to and to determine the possible extents of the Chinese Communist Party infiltration into DCSD. I would also recommend that families and community members have the opportunity to have full access to view how the Chinese language immersion program at Global Village is fully financed and what's entailed in the curriculum, and if it's actually done to make this report transparent and open to the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we will move to remote callers. Laureen Bowl, Holly M., and then Meg Furlow. Laureen, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
My name is Laureen Bowl. I lead the Douglas County chapter of FAIR, the Foundation Against Intolerance and Racism, where over 700 parents, grandparents, and citizens are engaged. FAIR is a nonpartisan organization dedicated to defending civil liberties and rights guaranteed to each individual, including freedom of speech and expression. We also believe that objective truth exists. Tonight, I would like to speak to the intersection of these two concepts as it relates to the parental engagement policy, or policy KB. FAIR supports teaching children the objective truth on matters of scientific fact. We advocate for age-appropriate instruction around sex with biology and science as foundational before considering more controversial ideas around gender and gender identity. Truth is also a value that parents work very hard to instill in their children. We tell our children that people who lie are not trustworthy, and I hope we can agree that this value of telling the truth is respected by educators. The District Accountability Committee, or DAC, will suggest that the sentence around not compelling students to make statements about themselves or others that conflict with their deeply held personal beliefs or circumstances be struck from policy KB. The DAC will opine that this statement permits the misgendering of students, which, in their opinion, is harmful and discriminatory. Though the DAC supports schools and educators pressuring students to conform to, accept, or adopt ideas, behaviors, and opinions that do not align with their own beliefs and values. The DAC supports compelled speech, which is a violation of a student's First Amendment rights. Some families believe that referring to a biological boy with she, her pronouns is not the truth. Imagine the confusion of an 8-year-old student who is told that they must start referring to their friend Stephen as a she. My parents say I should tell the truth, but my teacher is telling me to deny what I've known to be true, that my friend is a boy. Educators should not make the decision about what values a student holds. In the words of Deborah Flora, these are our children, not yours. It's notable that the DAC did not ask for feedback from parents on a parental engagement survey. I ask that the board reject all of the recommendations being made by the DAC. Thank you.
Thank you. Holly M., Meg Furlow, and Andy Hauser. Holly M.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Holly M., and thank you so much for allowing me to speak this evening, and thank you for your service. I am looking at the DAC proposals, and I see 7 changes being proposed. And change number 1, including staff as collaborators. This is unnecessary since staff is not only involved and collaborates already, but sometimes misuses their power and influence in the classroom far away from the protective eyes of parents. Change number 2, excluding a specific parent's rights section. This change is incendiary and also unnecessary and seeks to reclaim the authority of the parents and replace it with an unelected government authority with a Marxist bent. This counters the intent sent forth in Colorado Revised Statutes Section 22-7-302, which states that families are empowered to be advocates for their own and other children to ensure that students are treated fairly and have access to learning opportunities that will support their success. In fact, the red lines completely remove this statement countering the Colorado Revised Statutes that the school district's obligations are to treat families as valued partners in their child's education and facilitate a sense of belonging in the school community. Change number 3, compelled speech language, and change number 4, excluding gender identity language. Excluding the right of speech doesn't make the First Amendment disappear from the Constitution. And just because you're offended, it doesn't mean it's illegal. Sorry, but compelled speech is compelled speech, and it's illegal. Change number 5, opt-in versus opt-out. This is also unnecessary, and it is essential that the community knows that they can opt their children out if something is not agreeable to them, not to the government or to the school or to the teacher, and not set it as a default in order to deceive the parents. Change number 6, added state statutory language and remove gender identity and compelled speech language. I recommend that these stay in here as a codified protection for the parents. If it is removed, then the balance of power shifts to the government. We do not want the balance of power to shift to the government. These are our children. I would like to remind the DAC that your powers are limited to consulting, suggesting, and recommendations. These proposals are thinly veiled attempts to shift the scales of learning and usurp power through words and extravagant sophistry towards a government-heavy cultural agenda, again highlighting Marxist underpinnings, supported by the government, for the government, not by the people or for the people. That's my time.
Thank you. Meg Furlow, Andy Hauser, and then Tiffany Baker.
Good evening, directors. I would like to comment on DAC's presentation on the parent and family engagement policy, which is also known as the KB policy. While the board did not follow their statutory requirements to engage with the DAC while revising the policy in June, I hope this new board takes into consideration DAC's recommendations, which were formed after many hours of stakeholder engagement. As a community member, I reviewed the presentation and found it to be thorough and offering reasoning for all the recommended changes. The policy language adopted in June did not take DAC or any other stakeholder feedback into account and was purely based off a national political narrative. Last meeting, several board members stated they look for partnership, not partisanship, in a leader. As a community member and taxpayer, I am also looking for a school board that chooses to partner with their DAC, staff, students, and parents, and not make policy changes based on partisan politics. It is your statutory requirement. The mission of the Douglas County School District is to provide an educational foundation that allows each student to reach their individual potential. By taking DAC's recommendations and removing discriminatory language from the policy, you will be following through with the district's mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy Hauser, followed by Tiffany Baker.
Okay, I'm available. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, great. My name is Andy Hauser. I am a Douglas County resident. I spent 20 years in media as a reporter, anchor, and host, most recently in Washington, D.C. for CBS affiliates. I am also a lesbian. I am involved with Gays Against Groomers. To be clear, Gays Against Groomers is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization where gays are against the sexualization, indoctrination, and medicalization of children. I'd like to express some serious concern that the education establishment is suggesting that they know best when it comes to the values and the belief systems for children. There is such thing as family culture that is not being taken into consideration. I want to request that the school board reject all of the recommendations being made by DAC. And I want to be very clear. Parents who do not support DAC are not anti-gay. And to suggest that they are is vile and hateful. Now let's talk about science for a minute, and that's something that traditionally this county has not done well. The prefrontal cortex is responsible for planning, decision-making, working memory, personality, identity expression, monitoring social behavior, aspects of speech and language. I think you get the point. That part of the brain is not developed in an individual until they are in their mid-20s. So it is scientifically impossible for minors to have a full sense of identity and know exactly who they are and what they want to do with their lives because the prefrontal cortex is not fully developed. Now, we have to wonder if the teachers and administrators in this district attended school here, because that would explain why they all seem to lack the most basic understanding of physical science and human development. Thank you.
Thank you. Last is Tiffany Baker.
Hello. Gays Against Groomers, Grandparents for Kids, and Fair Douglas County Chapter are each political conservative activist groups. This fall, the Douglas County Captain for Grandparents for Kids, G4K, gave public comment applauding the school board for passing conservative revisions to the parent and family engagement policy. Tonight's public commenter from G4K alleged that the District Accountability Committee is not representative of our community. However, a recent member of the DAC was just elected to your Board of Education. She led by thousands of votes. G4K and Fair Douglas County Chapter public commenters tonight have made it clear in their public comments they do not agree with the current DAC, that revisions to the parent and family engagement policy should be amended. The board, however, did not follow statute when implementing these revisions without involving their board committee. G4K and Fair are being promoted by the anti-LGBTQ group Colorado Parents Advocacy Network, CPAN, who recognized our superintendent with a champion award last year. CPAN has been partnering with far-right groups like G4K, Fair, and Gays Against Groomers that promote anti-transgender rhetoric, accusing public school teachers of being rapists, transgender cultists, recruiters for the transgender cult, and critical race theorists. They believe the government is trying to take away all rights from parents by using public schools as a tool to indoctrinate, groom students for pedophiles to take advantage of, and then put in medical clinics to force vaccinations and do surgery such as gender reassignment. They also advocate against mental health screenings and school counselors. These groups and members like Deborah Flora build fear in their members that public schools are for the destruction of the nuclear family in order to reach critical mass force to ultimately promote taxpayer dollars funding their schools of choice, including homeschooling and religious private schools. G4K and Fair Douglas County Chapter have been very active in advocating for book bans in Douglas County libraries, so it's no surprise to hear their local captain thanking the board for making anti-trans revisions to the parent and family engagement policy, such as allowing people to misgender trans community members and notifying parents on students' identity, which could possibly put them in danger if their family is not accepting of their identity. Remember, when advocacy groups call themselves non-political or nonpartisan, the reality is usually the opposite. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. Without exception, we will take a recess until 6:40. The board meeting is now back in session. Moving on to the adoption of consent agenda. Do I have a motion concerning consent?
Move to adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Myers. Roll call, Geiger.
Yes.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. On to the approval of minutes. The Board of Education, the recommendation is that the Board of Education approves the minutes of both November 14th, 2023 regular board meeting and the minutes of the special board meeting on November 30th as presented. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Sorry, 6-0 earlier. Okay. Okay. Motion by Myers. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Weiniger. Roll call, Geiger.
Aye as to the 30th. I'll abstain as to the 14th. I wasn't on the dais on that day.
Okay. Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye, with the same considerations that Brad just gave.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
All right, so the 14th passes 4-0 and the 30th passes 6-0. On to the study action items, where we will first talk about the charter renewal process. I think Mr. Mosher is up.
I got a green light. Good. Thank you, Board of Directors, President Williams, and Superintendent. We're going to talk just a little bit. The slides are the same that go through for each of the groups. There'll be one continuous slide deck. But just talk a little bit about the renewal process for 3 charter schools who are up for consideration of the renewal of their charter contract between you and their Board of Directors. Just a little bit of an overview. So we do have the 3 schools, North Star Academy, Ben Franklin Academy, and STEM School Highlands Ranch, who have presented their renewal applications. They've been reviewed by the Choice Programming Office and multiple departments. The presentation has been given to Cabinet and then moved through to this presentation you're seeing tonight. Just an overview of the process. So we do have, since the previous contracts for all 3 of these schools, one of the big things that I really wanted to start doing when I got into this position 3 years ago was create a consistent annual site report that had the ability to show longitudinal data so that we can show the success and or opportunities over time for our charter schools and then bring those to you in a more comprehensive way. So we have instituted that. We've overviewed their educational programming and operational analyses. Materials in your packet that you have and are in the board docs as well that highlight the educational program, what the schools focus on, their operations or finances, their renewal applications where they submitted their entire application to us earlier this year, their school performance frameworks and how those numbers look and the analysis by our team. Also their current contracts, and we do an internal review with them, which includes a security and safety review on-site by the Director of Safety for the district, and also an external review where we pay a third-party consultant, and you have those reports and you've been able to read those in advance of the presentation today. So we'll go through, there is a 10-minute presentation. The schools all have prepared professional videos for you, which highlight some of the great work that they're doing. And then a couple of them have additional slides as well. I'll also give you the staff recommendation that's been given to Cabinet for your consideration in that regard. And then there's 10 minutes for you to ask questions, and all of the schools have their leadership and at least one board member here to address those questions that you might have as well. So North Star opened in 2006. They operate grades K-8. They're a core knowledge school, enrollment of about 677. Ben Franklin, 2011, pre-K-8, core knowledge as well, just shy of 1,000. And STEM School Highland Ranch opened in 2011. They are K-14, that's that ascent and the P-TECH going into those upper grade levels. Problem-based learning with around 1,400 enrollment. you have any questions on the process and the materials you were provided to this point?
Sorry, just a quick question. I completely appreciate all the work that goes into the renewal process. My question is more about, we seem to put the charters in a position that who are in good standing to come up here and do a speech and a presentation every 5 years. If we have charters that are in good standings, is there a way to make this process easier?
Sure. I'd like to defer to Superintendent King.
Thank you for that question. Yes, Mr. Mosher is putting in in place as part of his longitudinal report cards a way for us to get to where we could get to putting our 5-year renewals on consent agenda while providing the board with the report card and allowing you to indicate if you do want a presentation from the charter school that's in good standing, or if you do not. Mr. Mosher, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I would, yes, I say no and then yes. The only thing I would like to add on that would be something that's, again, as Superintendent Kane is saying, for established long-term renewal. So or something, first round renewal, even a school who's been renewed once and has maybe had some gaps in their annual report cards, if you will, that would not be a recommendation that we would move that to consent. That'd be something we would require more of a thorough application and investigation, and then also a review by you.
I also want to add that, of course, we would still be required to do a public hearing. So we'd still be required to have public comment specifically to that school. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Director Thompson.
Yes, I just have a quick question about the external reviewer. Is that the same individual for each review that we saw doing the reviews?
This year, yes, it was one reviewer who went to each of those schools.
Okay, thank you.
Great, I think that's it.
Great.
So we'll move on to North Star Academy.
Just one more slide from me, and then
Oh,
we
yeah,
will, if
sorry.
you're okay with that.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
No problem. So again, we design and implement a transparent, rigorous process that aligns with the NACSA, the National Association of Charter School Authorizers, also CACSA, the Colorado Association of Charter School Authorizers, looking at academics, finance, and governance as really our key lens that we look into those. So in September, the school submitted their applications through our online system. We've changed the names. You're going to see some names in here of Anvilar. Anvilar is the same thing as Charter Tools. It's an umbrella company. And so when you see those, they're synonymous. And you've heard me talk about Charter Tools in the past. It's just an electronic system that we partner with in order to get our data collection and all of our benchmarks and applications in one spot. So that was submitted in September. October was when we did our internal and also our external visits were taken in place. In-person security, that was done by, again, Director Grusing did that. In November, we presented to Cabinet on the recommendations that you see in front of you. Recommendations were also shared with the school for them to have any feedback that they saw on there, to ask questions about how the presentation and process would move forward. Here we are in December of the public hearings and also the presentation by the schools to you and your opportunity to ask questions. And then you'll rule by resolution. It's ultimately your decision, and that resolution will take place in January. I believe it's the 23rd, I believe, is where we are on that. And now, if you're okay with it, we'll move into North Star Academy.
Director Meek has one quick question.
Thank you.
Yep, maybe a process question.
Sure.
So why are renewals handled differently than expansion? Because we're looking at both tonight.
Great question, thank you. So with our renewals, there is that's spelled out in LBDR 1, that a renewal it falls into this timeline and this time frame for that to happen, so that we have time to get your resolution in January. Then we move into the finalization of a contract, and then you vote on the final later in the year, in that timeline. In our LBDR 1, expansion contracts applications can actually be submitted by a school at any time. So an expansion is handled differently. An expansion is expanding the footprint of a school on its existing land, not moving to another piece of land. But in LBDR 1, that's the process that's there currently, is that expansions can happen at any time throughout the year based on that charter school's needs.
Christy.
Director Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Is there any point in the charter school renewal process where we solicit public comment other than what we solicit for here? Talking to neighbors, talking to former parents, anything like that?
I wouldn't say formally, but I would say anecdotally, one of the things we ask every year in our annual visit is for what type of data is the school collecting in their surveys, in their parent community, staff surveys, student surveys. How is that collected? What is done by the board of directors at the charter school based on that data? How are they using that feedback from their community? But that would be the time. I wouldn't say in front of the board. I don't think there is another time.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the renewal recommendation, I'm going to give this up front and then turn it over to North Star for their opportunity to do the presentation. The recommendation of Douglas County School District staff that the charter contract between Douglas County School District and North Star Academy be renewed for a period of 5 years. We've talked about this a couple of times, but you're going to see this on each one of these slides as the first slide for the school. 5 years is the recommended renewal term that we use based on, again, NACSA and CACSA's recommendation. There's been some schools who have worked back and forth with that with the state board, and we feel confident that a 5-year renewal term is sufficient, and also in that sweet spot of being able to say, you can demonstrate your success over that 5-year period, but going longer than that creates opportunities for other things to happen, and we don't have the ability to step in and make change when we can. So in the best interest of the district, we feel that a 5-year renewal term is sufficient and is correct. Colorado law specifies these grounds under CRS 2235-110 for non-revoking a charter, so it's pretty specific of what the rules are around why you cannot revoke. After analysis by our team, by our departments, and by cabinet, we're making the recommendation based on there are no issues in those statutory areas. So I'm going to turn it over to North Star. Let him know.
Good evening. I'm Kendra Hosfeld. I have the pleasure of leading North Star Academy. I also had the opportunity over 17 years ago to start North Star Academy with a group of parents and community members who I still keep in touch with today. I want to first of all thank you for your support, for your service. I know this is strictly volunteer, and I've been on committees, and I know that it's a sacrifice. It's a sacrifice for you, for your family, so I appreciate that. I appreciate Superintendent Kane, your support. I appreciate the cabinet support, and I very much appreciate Gordon and his support. It's so nice to be in a district that's so supportive of choice, so I want to start with that. I guess we can start with our video, and then I have some logistical slides I'd like to go over with you. Character is really an action word at North Star Academy. Our character philosophy is one that we serve one another, and that is something that we don't teach in a curriculum. It's something that we show students how to do. It's through those experiences that they understand what it is to become a good citizen.
It doesn't matter if no one notices if you're a hero or not. It's just better to help people, and we love that as North Star students.
We have a food bank, which is where you're going to be volunteering today.
Gives us a chance to show off our amount of character that we have at our school, because we do have a lot.
You guys are really important. Thank you again for being here.
We really do value our Spanish language program.
Pam es un mamífero porque yo tengo pelo.
Because it helps us appreciate and understand different cultures.
It was really nice to see the kindergartners do their song performance.
It helps our students staff and family members make connections with people from different backgrounds. And it is those connections that help us all become more compassionate human beings.
Oh, because music is the best way to learn another language, in any language. Spanish language programs start from kindergarten to 8th grade.
En México se habla español.
It helps build the students' self-esteem. They feel valued. They feel able to take risks. And that just not only helps their academic growth, but their social and emotional growth as well.
Ahora es realmente bueno.
Kind, courageous, vigilant. All words used by the students at North Star Academy to describe our veterans.
Veterans Day is one of the hallmarks of our school. It's a ceremony that we hold dear to us. All of our students learn about veterans, the military, and the different branches.
May the audience please rise. Color Guard forward march.
It's a chance to show thanks for their sacrifice.
Service-minded folks will always rise, and whenever there's an opportunity to share that with a younger audience, to encourage them when they feel the urge to support and help another friend or just be kind is the most important thing in life.
It's about service, and it's about stepping up and helping others and doing the service for the nation to keep us all free. And that message is going into the youth, and I hope they continue to carry on with that tradition.
I think we're both doing the remote at the same time. So the culture, we can't have you all come to our school. We'd love to have you. We can't have you come tonight. So I hope you got an idea of what our culture is and what the climate is at North Star Academy. That is. Thank you. This is why we do what we do here as educators and as leaders. It's our students. We are all trying to raise good human beings, and it's a partnership with parents, and we are grateful for such a supportive community. I'm grateful for such a supportive board. I had one of my board members come up and speak, and it's family members like him who really make our schools stand out. It also, I know that many of the other charter schools feel the same way about their board members. But again, we are so grateful for that support. Academic achievement and growth, we talk about all the time. So in addition to our culture and the social emotional learning that goes on at North Star, we do have a focus on curriculum. We spend a lot of time taking a look at our scope and sequence, and we have some amazing teachers who really dive into curriculums, and they take a look at the data and analyze the data and figure out what are our scope gaps. And so we're very proud to have this academic achievement and growth. This information comes from School Diggers. It's percentile ranking in Colorado, and it just kind of gives you the last few years of academic growth. We, as you notice, during that COVID time, that was a difficult time for many schools, and there was a little dip in there, but our pre-COVID and post-COVID data was so positive, both for elementary and middle school. We raised our proficiency scores at 5 percentile points. And so this is elementary, and you can go on to the next slide if you or I can. And so we're in the 94th percentile in the state for elementary. We're in the 95th, 96th percentile for our middle school. That's something that we're proud of. We have students, as you could see in our video, we have students who speak 19 different languages. We have a very diverse school. Our ELL population, I guess we are calling it something else now, ML. Our ML population, multilingual learners. We have many who come to our school and they don't speak any English at all. And so it's been a challenge to get them to grow, but it's a challenge that we welcome. We absolutely love our diversity. When I started North Star Academy over 17 years ago, I wanted my own children, I started it for my own children, I wanted them to learn another language and other cultures, and that was important to me. And so one's actually in Nicaragua right now, speaking Spanish fluently. But it's a great gift we can give our students. In addition to the academic achievement and growth, one of the very most important things, one of the things in our mission statement is safety. We promise to provide a safe and nurturing environment. We're so grateful for grant opportunities that we've had. We have a full-time SRO, and so I do believe that is part of the reason we have such a high satisfaction in safety. Our parents believe that NSA provides a safe and nurturing environment at 92%, and our staff believes we have a safe and nurturing environment with a 97%. We are constantly working with the district, we're working with parents to provide that kind of environment. I don't think I have anything else. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Director Geiger.
And I appreciate Director Williams trying to make it easier on you. I find these presentations kind of cool. So if you don't mind coming back every 5 years, it's educational for me at least. We just got back from the Colorado Association of School Boards. The talk there is teacher retention and teacher hiring.
Right.
Congratulations on your staff retention. That's an amazing number.
Thanks.
Is there a secret sauce? What do you think makes it? And are you having trouble hiring new teachers?
Gosh, retention is more difficult. Thank you for helping pass the mill levy, by the way, because it's going to be a lot easier to retain staff members. I think it just comes down to a couple of factors. One is the relationship that you have with your staff. I've been in the trenches with them since the very beginning, many of them. And so the relationship that you have with them, treating them well, creating an environment that's like a second home. We talk about North Star a lot. People that leave have a really hard time leaving a lot of times because it is like a second home. It's my second home. And so if I feel that way, I think my staff probably feels that way. But it is getting increasingly more difficult to find teachers. And I've got 3 teachers who have their principal licenses that will be looking for admin jobs next year. Yes. I'm encouraging them to do that, but they're incredible teachers. And so it's going to be hard to replace them. I have teachers that are about to retire. There's movement, and so it's been really difficult the last couple of years to get teachers to come. But I do believe, because with the mill levy passing, and it's not even just the money, it's teachers felt appreciated, they felt loved by the community. To pass a mill levy during a time when there's a lot of uncertainty with the economy speaks volumes about our community and how much they value educators. And so that was great. That was such a huge success. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Director Myers.
Thank you, Kendra. Congratulations. Nice high scores. I apologize I didn't make it to the veterans that you had special. I did last year, and I really enjoyed it, and I'm thankful that your school does such a good job honoring our veterans. And I really like that your part of your is we serve one another. And to have a student to be humble and humility to say, and it doesn't matter if no one notices. I mean, what a humble statement that we can do our services and our kids don't have to always get recognition for everything they do. The 19 different languages is overwhelming. I mean, that's such an accomplishment, but thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I do. Those are habits. I believe service, it's a habit. And so we're trying to create these habits where it's just automatic. A few years back, unfortunately, there was a student who got hit in our neighborhood, and one of our students right away started a service project, a bake sale. And when the media came out, they said, "Why did you do this? What triggered that?" And they said, "This is just who we are at North Star." So trying to create that habit.
What else?
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you
Okay,
so much.
thank you.
Okay, so again, same intro I'm going to do, but I'm going to do it a little bit less this time to not take up your time with hearing the same thing. But I did want to just go back one step after just hearing them say that, and how cool was it to hear kids up here and family members talking about the great things that are happening at their school. And I know we have an amazing community all across Douglas County, but I think we need to hear more of those great things from our families about the good things that are happening. It was a breath of fresh air to hear them have that opportunity. So Ben Franklin Academy is next. I'm going to invite them up here with me. The staff recommendation is, again, the recommendation is to renew the contract between the Douglas County School District and Ben Franklin's Academy for a period of 5 years, looking at the conditions for non-renewal specific to the Colorado statute. There are no issues that we identified as staff in our presentation to Cabinet, so the recommendation to you is a full 5-year renewal term. I'll turn it over to Ben Franklin.
Good evening, Board Directors, Superintendent Kane. Thank you so much for having us here tonight. My name is Diana Simpson. I'm the principal at Ben Franklin Academy and have been proud to serve in that role for the last 7 years. This has been Franklin's 13th year. I've actually been at the school since the beginning, so it's fun to see the school grow as much as it has and the success that we have. I wanted to start with how we start every board meeting and how we start staff meetings, and that's with our mission and vision. The mission of BFA is to develop young adults with character like America's founding Renaissance man, Benjamin Franklin, well-read, scientifically curious, and civically engaged. And that our vision, our students will excel academically through a challenging and sequenced curriculum that emphasizes math, science, the arts, and literacy. We'll be a data-driven institution focused on individual students. Our students, teachers, parents, staff, and leaders will be held accountable for the success of our school. Finally, we recognize that as an education is incomplete without fostering social emotional development, character, sports, and nature. When I think back, I was here 5 years ago presenting for our renewal, and obviously so many things have changed over the last 5 years, and it's been challenging in so many ways, but it's also been such a privilege to watch things grow in adversity and come out on the other side stronger. And I've been so proud of our staff and our students and our school community for how we weathered the storm that everyone was in. As we started this renewal process, I just want to make sure I thank Gordon and Kristen and their office and all of you, because I know it's been an integral conversation about how to improve this process and going through and making things more streamlined. And we really appreciated how the process was laid out and appreciated their support in everything that we did through the renewal process. I especially appreciated the outside reviewer coming into our building and getting feedback from them and felt that that was very valuable. The yearly review that we have with Gordon and Kristen and the security team is also incredibly valuable to our building to make sure that we are meeting all the expectations that not only the district but the state has for us as well. And we're proud to partner with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, as well as having a full-time SRO that we added this year. Safety is a priority for us. In our paperwork, you've seen rigorous curriculum, robust character education program, including our 13 virtues, strong financial status, and high academic achievement. But when I think about the things that aren't necessarily represented on paper, those are the things I'm really most proud of. We have an incredibly high staff retention rate as well. We average over 90% staff retention. I think that really speaks to the culture of our school and our building. We have a vibrant student life. When they come in the building every morning, seeing smiles, saying good morning, have a great day. You can walk through the building and see everything from robotics to 3D printing to solving the math problem at the board to analyzing Frankenstein in the 8th grade rooms. There's always something going on. And I'd invite each of you to come visit us. I know a couple of you have and have spent time in our building, and we'd love to have you come visit anytime so you can really kind of experience what it feels like to walk in to our building. That's been one of the things over the last 13 years to me that's made the biggest difference, is that when we walk in, you can feel the community in the building and the family, whether it's with the staff, with the students, with parents in the building volunteering. That community feel has always been so important to us. We focus on individual students and preparing them for high school and beyond. And one of my favorite things is when we hear from parents or we hear from former students about what they're doing after Ben Franklin and how prepared they were for their journey, whatever that looked like. I'm personally very excited about all of the opportunities that are available in the Douglas County high schools for our kids to transition into, and seeing that excitement and seeing them be successful there. I could talk forever. I'll spare everyone, plus I will probably start coughing any second, so I'm gonna cut mine a little bit short. But I'd like you to hear from some of our staff, students, and community members as well.
The school is amazing because the staff, the teachers, basically everything.
Ben Franklin Academy is an amazing charter school here in Highlands Ranch. We are the STEAM school of choice. We focus highly on the science, technology, art, engineering, and math focus.
Our staff is outstanding because they focus on each individual student here at Ben Franklin.
I've always wanted to be a teacher ever since I was little. I love helping others. I love seeing their growth.
They're great, absolutely. I think we have a really good set of teachers here that will always be there to help you, always be super encouraging and keeping you wanting to work.
The teachers here are absolutely phenomenal. I feel like they really did prepare me for high school. And I feel like every single thing they taught me, I'm using now in my day-to-day life.
The teachers are super cool. They're so nice, caring. They definitely want to help you. If you just need someone to talk to, they're definitely open for all that sort of stuff.
What brought me here, I think, was the mission of the school. I love core knowledge. I love the opportunity to teach meaningful content and to reach out to children, meet them where they are. I love watching them learn and grow every day.
Core knowledge curriculum is something that was designed that allowed students to get that the repetition. It's spirals, so they get a little bit in one grade, they're revisiting it again in a later grade. So I like that, but I also like that it was consistent. The core knowledge curriculum is not something that is unique to the school, that is something that is done in a lot of schools all across the nation, and it is consistent between those schools, and it allows that consistency of education.
Safety has been a top priority at Ben Franklin Academy for as long as we have been a part of the community. I can speak for the board of directors and myself as the president that safety has been an extreme and significant priority for us. We have installed state-of-the-art safety equipment. We work many times a year with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office and the Douglas County School District to ensure our safety protocols are up to date. And we have retained our very own school resource officer full-time.
Ben Franklin's 13 virtues are part of our core beliefs here at Ben Franklin, and we use them to teach our character to our students and reinforce the values that we'd like to see in them here in the building and outside in the community.
BFA teaches you the values of character and hard work and also organization and perseverance, because they are going to push you. That's what their school does. But the reason why they push you is that so you can achieve the best and you can do the best you can. And so that creates better students, and they're more prepared for high school and they're more prepared in life.
Having seen the kids sort of come up and grow up through the BFA program and that emphasis on character development and the virtues, you see it, in them as they sort of develop into young adults. You see sort of that long-lasting impact of that focus on character.
The thing I love about Ben Franklin the most are the families that come and are excited to be a part of it and work together, and we become family by the end of the year.
All the parent involvement is fantastic. I mean, to the point that I kind of became a part of the PTO and run the Ben's Brigade group, the group for the dads, to get them involved. So we get to do tons of projects around the school and give back in the classroom and do things out of school.
All the teachers I've had have been super nice, and they've been they respect me and I respect them, and it's just overall nice.
It's just like a really great school. There's a bunch of good teachers, good playground, pretty much good everything.
The best thing about this school is the teachers.
I like that the teachers are always so kind, and there's so many new activities that we can do, like performing arts, science fairs, and sports.
You meet a lot of good friends, and you have a lot of good experiences, and you will create a lot of memories. Ben Franklin Academy is legendary.
Ben Franklin Academy is amazing.
Ben Franklin is family.
Ben Franklin is fantastic.
Ben Franklin Academy is the best.
Ben Franklin Academy is inspiring.
Ben Franklin Academy is a great place to be a student at.
Ben Franklin Academy is family.
We're honored to be here tonight, along with North Star and STEM, representing the charters, some of the charters in the district. And I'll echo Kendra's thoughts around just being thankful to be part of a district that honors choice in such a strong way for all of our families and community members. And that's all on my end. Questions?
Yeah, I have one. There were a couple former students that you had on there, so it sparked a curiosity. Do you follow up with former students, or what does that look like for you?
We try to. A lot of our families still have students in our building, and so we ask them to let us know what's going on with them. We had a student that was a National Merit finalist last year, which was super exciting. And so we always put in the newsletters, if you have anything going on with your alumni, we'd love to hear it. And just try to reach out to former students, seeing what they're up to. The other piece is that we have, like next Friday when the rest of the district is out of school and we're in school, usually that ends up with an influx of kids who, couldn't wait to get out of the doors in 8th grade to go to high school, and then they're knocking on it to come back and visit, which always warms our heart, and we get to catch up with them, and the teachers get to catch up with them and find, out what they're doing and how they're doing. So that's always a privilege for us to get to talk to them and see what they're up to.
Director Geiger.
I'm going to get a little repetitive here. I did notice that you have a special education population slightly higher than average in the district. One of the issues we heard at CASB is that hiring special education teachers and special education assistants is particularly challenging. Have you found that, and what are you doing to address those shortages?
Well, right now, we have had a very consistent special education staff. Most of them have been there from the first year, if not, the first or second, maybe third year, our core group. However, we did need to hire a middle school special education, like mild moderate needs teacher here a couple years ago. And that was more of a challenge than it had been in the past. But I think our reputation is of having such a strong team. And we have full-time, all of our staff for our special needs students are full-time. So we have full-time psychologist, OT, speech language. And so families who have gone through our system recommend us and talk about us and the experience that they've had with their students that were either on IEPs or 504s. And then on the other end of the spectrum, we have 2 gifted and talented coordinators that help with our advanced students on ALPs as well. So our student support team has been consistently strong for a long time, and I think that's why our numbers are a little higher, is that reputation is out there, that they handle the kids very well and that we handle those needs consistently well.
Thank you.
Director Myers.
Thank you. A couple of weeks ago, we met with our charter schools. So one thing that I think Director Geiger and I heard loud and clear from our table is please come visit. So, and I wanted to say this also to Kendra. So watch out. We might be coming to see you guys after the first of the year, but thank you so much.
We would love to have any of you. Please come visit. We love to show off.
Director Thompson.
Thank you. I appreciated that question, Brad. Having a high retention rate and then also consistency of services is so valuable. So that's really encouraging to hear. Even looking at retention rates of all teachers and staff and building that community. So when students do come back, they get to see the people that help shape the beginning of their education. There's a lot of value in that. And so I just wanted to point that out, that was wonderful. And I loved the idea of the alumni news in the newsletter. That is really awesome. So thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, if everybody's listening, we'd love to hear more. So we put it out there and we get some, but we'd love to hear from everybody. But.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next will be STEM Highlands Ranch. And same process, same activities have been gone through, same paperwork has been submitted, and you have those all on the board docs. But the staff recommendation is that the contract between Douglas County School District and STEM School Highlands Ranch be also renewed for a period of 5 years based on Colorado statute. Staff and our team and departments have found no reasons by law to non-renew and have passed that through cabinet and to you for your consideration.
Board President Williams, Superintendent Kane, great teachers, great playgrounds, great everything. That's what we got to do. It's been an honor to be here and listen to the incredible teachers and schools to be represented by Douglas County. Just overwhelmed even listening to all of it. So it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Matt Cartier. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer at STEM. And as you know, we're recovering still after 5 years from a tragedy. And it's no secret, but also what I want to make clear is it's no secret the resiliency and the amazing staff and team that we have at STEM. I'm new, I started in July, I've been more than impressed. So you'll see my team speak. I'm just going to speak for a couple seconds. But what I really want to focus is we've doubled down on our purpose and our passion. It's clear that the team is committed to seeing the well-being of students, and our vision statement that thrive, lead, and succeed is what we're all about. And so you'll see that tonight. It's the STEM education that allows us to really focus on problem-based learning, innovation, personalized learning, accessibility. But it's through that type of learning that kids' identity really gets set. And they get to learn their strengths, their weaknesses, their passions, and learn about who they are and how they fit in the world. And I think you heard that tonight through our students. So I'm going to pass it off to Lenan Kovalevsky, our executive director, to tell you a little bit more about our school.
Thank you. STEM is dedicated to meeting the needs of the whole child. Our goal is to address every student's social, emotional, physical, and academic needs. Each day, our students are engaged in rigorous problem-solving, problem-based learning opportunities. All elementary school students have dedicated times for classroom meetings and social emotional learning lessons. New this year, our secondary students are involved in access lessons, so twice a week. They meet with an access class, which consists of about 15 to 20 students, a small classroom, where they're also engaged with social emotional lessons and executive functioning lessons. And they also have the opportunity to visit other classrooms for reteach or retest opportunities to get the mental health needs that they need. They can visit with the LSS department and seek out the supports that they need to be successful. With the recent additions of our CHASA gym and our middle school facilities, we've also added an array of enrichment and athletic activities after school. Here is a brief video of highlighting what we're all about. At STEM School, Highlands Ranch, we believe in the power of innovation. For more than a decade, countless students have walked through these halls and reached for the stars, a place where they find inspiration, a place where they can create freely and discover their passions. Our teachers bring real-world problems to the classroom so that students can find solutions as part of their assignments. We do that because we know and have seen that STEM students are not average. They are future leaders, they are go-getters. They are the ones the world will turn to for new concepts and global solutions. At STEM, there are no boundaries, only endless possibilities.
I love STEM School Highlands Ranch because the school has taught my kids how to advocate for themselves, and then also I feel like it allows them to be who they are and doesn't put them in a box.
I love STEM because it harvests our passion and allows us to grow. Our teachers encourage us to learn and fail in a safe place. It's a great school where you can work hard while having fun.
I love STEM School of Highlands Ranch because it's different. It's not like every other school, intentionally so. And anybody could come here and thrive. Whatever you're passionate about, there's a place for you at STEM. And that's what's special about it.
STEM has prepared my kids for college. I actually just had one child graduate from STEM, and actually hearing him talk about his experience in a college classroom, just how the peers that he worked with at STEM had such a drive to succeed and just a dedication that when he got to college, he's actually really excited and prepared to just take on these college classes. And I'm so thankful that he was just surrounded by amazing teachers, amazing peers that all are really driven and passionate.
And problem-based learning gives our students an opportunity to be able to solve the problems that they want to solve, to be able to take those challenges and flip the problem in a way that is unique to them and that they can follow their passions, which is a lot different than how it was when I went to school, where you studied a curriculum and you had to perform on the test just by regurgitating out of memory. And it's really cool to see kids take on these challenges and these problems and really make them their own.
The teacher gives you a problem and you have to try and find solutions for it. Sometimes you do it individually, but sometimes you can work on it as a group.
The mission of the Student Support Team at STEM School Highlands Ranch is to provide every student with the opportunity to learn, grow, and thrive in an environment that is safe, challenging, and nurturing. We are dedicated to helping the entire student body reach their full potential while feeling empowered, respected, and supported. Our successful push-in model allows for our students to get the services they need while staying among their peers and receiving instruction from some of the best educators around.
Many of the athletic teams at STEM are coached by staff at STEM. Our teams give our students the opportunity to learn teamwork, safe competition, and life-changing skills. As a member of the Colorado High Schools Activities Association, we offer soccer, lacrosse, basketball, golf, volleyball, esports, and more. Our athletic department also includes middle school sports teams, including cross country and basketball.
We're incredibly grateful to be a part of an outstanding district that pushes us to grow and achieve each and every year.
Good evening. I'm Michelle Gasser. I'm the Director of Curriculum and Instruction. In a time where teacher retention and teacher burnout is on the forefront and the minds of all districts around the country and around the nation, STEM has developed a teacher support team made up of 4 full-time instructional coaches. These coaches focus on supporting our teachers both individually and in their professional learning communities. We specialize in supporting them with problem-based learning, with gifted and talented programming, differentiation, and an overall focus on STEM fields. And we do this so that we can help our teachers thrive every day in the classroom.
I'm Dr. Harrison, Director of Student Support Services. Within our student support team, we have 21 extremely talented and diverse special service providers and interventionists covering the areas of mental health, of special education, of multi-tiered systems of support, and English language development. One of our highlights right now include our increased focus on social emotional learning and building a more comprehensive K-12 mental health program as a whole. This has included work at the local, state, and national level as we focus on resiliency, continued recovery, and trauma-informed practices, as well as several other areas, and really enriching our social emotional experiences and resources for both our students and our families in our community. Another highlight is our improved focus on our special education mild to moderate programming. We have been committed to building relationships with families and improving our processes and procedures for compliance. We are striving to strengthen our collaboration with Douglas County School District and your student support department, as well as to just work with them to best support students' needs. And then really our philosophy in general is to support students with unique learning needs and our community's right and freedom to seek choice programming for their kids in our district. So these students deserve an opportunity to enter into these choice programming environments, and we're here to support that opportunity.
Good evening. I'm Kelly Reyna, Board President at STEM. In my second year as Board President, my unwavering commitment to leading with character and excellence remains steadfast. Thanks to initiatives such as Board on Track, we've meticulously shaped our board composition, cultivating a culture that prioritizes integrity and embraces a continuous improvement. Our commitment to efficiency is evident through streamlined processes, specifically in addressing waivers, complaints, and policy reviews. I extend sincere gratitude for your support and partnership during the STEM School Highlands Ranch renewal process. This collaborative effort has resulted in a revitalized enthusiasm, as you witnessed today. It's sharpened our focus and we've also have a well-defined vision for the future. Our ambition is to persist as a key partner and ally to Douglas County Schools. And together, let's navigate a path marked by collaboration, innovation, and a lasting impact. Thank you for your dedication and our shared mission in the dynamic future we're building together for our future leaders. Okay, so now that was all scripted, but from my heart. But honestly, I want to take this moment just because I think we have an advantage here being the last ones to present. And I just want to applaud North Star and Ben Franklin as well. Because together, all I hear is family and community and a place that people and students and families feel loved and equality and just, it just warms my heart that we're here today. So thank you.
And before I pass it off to questions, I want you to also just recognize Ryan Alsop, our high school director, Maura Ritter, our middle school director, Nicole Bestell, communications, and Star Akey, our CFO. And then Gordon and Kristen have been a lifeline to me being news. Just want to pass that on. They've been a huge gift to bringing me on. So with that, we'll open it up to questions, and I will pass all of them off to my team, I'm sure. But no, it is going to be a group effort. So questions.
Great, thank you so much. I just actually wanted to make a comment. You had, I think, 4 students speak tonight, and I just wanted to say how they came across so well-spoken, passionate, and very confident. So you have a lot to be proud of.
Thank you.
Director Geiger.
I've been with the district long enough to know there was a time when STEM was suffering, and the last 5 years have been truly astonishing. I served on LRPC with Rudy Lucas, who's on your board. I may have occasionally heard about building the gym, probably not more than 4 or 5 dozen times. And there's much to be proud of. It is a great thing to do. I've been here long enough to remember when STEM received a great deal of criticism for their special ed program, some of it unfair. But your progress on that truly is impressive. And I did want to ask the same question I've had. You're hiring in a difficult faculty. Special STEM is a very narrow group, and you're trying to hire some very qualified people. How are you finding that? How challenging is it for your school?
And I'm going to pass that off to Michelle and Andrew. They've been working on this. It's been part of our strategic plan for 4 years. So me being new, Michelle?
Sure. So that's part of what my team does. We run the teacher support team. We hire, especially for our secondary, a lot of teachers out of industry on alternative licensure, which means that these are teachers that have not gone through a teaching program, which is why we said we need to be able to support these teachers. And so we built the teacher support team who goes in and we co-teach, we mentor teach, we work side by side with our teachers to support them and build them up as teachers. And then that word starts spreading. The other thing that we do is we bring a lot of industry partners into our school. And slowly but surely, we get a lot of our industry partners that say, hey, maybe when I retire, that's what I'd like to do. And we've had quite a few industry partners kind of recruit for us as well that bring their staff out to join our team.
Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you.
One observation I have too is that there was a lot of teacher turnover even 4 or 5 years ago at the school, and it was almost 40% one year. We're down to like 16, 17% this year turnover, so it's a huge improvement. What I'm seeing in December this year was every day the teachers dress up with a different holiday theme, and most of them are dressing up. They go out and they have time together every 2 weeks, and so there's just a camaraderie, a feeling of family that you walk in and it's definitely there. So they're doing a great job building that up and focusing on the retention. Yeah.
Director Myers.
Thank you. Loved your presentation, video. I love your mission, never stop innovating. Just that lifelong learner. I'm a true believer that trials, tribulations, and tragedies are what develop our character. They help us to persevere. And you truly model the very essence of this success after going through a fire, these fires. Thank you for being such a part of DC, Douglas County.
You're welcome. And I do think suffering is a big part of life, and there's no words you can put to what the community's gone through. But the community has come up a lot tonight, and it definitely does bring a community together. So thank you for recognizing that.
Director Meek.
It was great to hear from all of our public commenters on your school, and I just wanted to take a moment and thank all of our charter schools tonight. We had engagement opportunity on November 29th, I believe, And we all had opportunities to sit and talk about our relationships, and it was really positive. And the renewal process was very well received, and I think we're seeing it tonight with that process. So thank you, and thank all of you for being here tonight and sharing with us. And it felt like as well on the 29th, you know, we've got very strong relationships in place, and that's very great for our families and our students.
Great. Thank you so much.
I just want to reiterate our commitment to collaborate and work together as a STEM school with the Douglas County School District. So thanks for having us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, number 25, resolution approving the expansion of Challenge to Excellence Charter School.
One of those meetings where I get to see you a few times, yeah? Want to first start off with, you heard, and again, thanks everybody. Thank you. You heard so a few mention my team. I just want to make sure I give a special shout out to Kristen Schmidt here with me, my assistant Julie Knabb. They do some amazing work to help us be successful and ensure that. So want to make sure I give them some props. Thank you for all you do. Next thing we're going to be considering, again, thank you for the question earlier, Director Meek. This is an expansion request by Challenge to Excellence Charter School. I'll give this some background in it. The team is here, and if they want to come up and join me, they'll be here with me in this, but I made the slides, so I'll just talk about them, and then you can ask some questions for clarity. LBDR1, again, that's our policy manual in Douglas County, says that for existing charter schools that are interested in expanding, so they must meet the following criteria. They must have been in operation for 3 years, must have a proven program demonstrating compliance with district standards and contract standards of academics, finance, and operations, and there's demand that is shown and demonstrated for the expansion. So in those areas, if you look at those, Challenge to Excellence meets the first one. They've been opened in 2002. In the second standard there, with compliance in districts, that's been demonstrated consistently in our Douglas County annual site reports through the Choice Office. That's some of that longitudinal data that we collect. And there's a demonstrated demand. There is demonstrated demand through the wait list. They use the open enrollment tool through the district, and we have those numbers to show you that they have their wait list has grown substantially over the past few years, and there is demand in their expansion application. So the need, currently their enrollment is 550 students. There's some grade levels, and this is a big challenge. It's not consistent, right? So there's a bubble of students who move through their system. So some years they may have 3 sections at first, second, and third, and only 2 sections at fourth and fifth, and then that grade moves up, and then they have to have teachers who are teaching fourth and fifth, and now go back down and teach second, or find someone who can come in and teach this. And so it's creating these issues in staffing, and also less opportunities for these students and families who have committed to their school and said, we want to be here, but then we have less opportunity for you to be in those sections because we have these constraints based on our numbers of enrollment. So the expansion of the current building will allow for a total enrollment of 675 overall, so an increase of 125. At the opening in fall of 2025, that all grade levels, K-8 would have 75 students. We'd have 3 sections consistently through the school instead of having these bubbles that are moving of 2 and 3 and 3 and 2, if that makes sense. Expansion will be 2 phases. So currently, and I commend them for this, as they want to remove their mobiles and get the mobiles off the campus, and for just a better experience and safety reasons, move that into classroom, brick and mortar of the building. So expansion would be to replace those 4 mobiles, add a middle school cafeteria and an administration office on the school. The wait list, as you can see there, has grown from 232 students in 2021 to 408 students in 23-24. So demonstrated demand is there, and they're increased in their full-time electives, so their FTE aligns with the increase in student enrollment. So they do plan to increase their staffing to accommodate the increase in additional students. what that looks like in grade levels. I know that this is something you may be interested in. Here is the current year, and you can see those grade levels. You've got 75, 50, 50, 50, 75, 75 inconsistency as you go through. Next year, you can see those shift. So in 24-25, you're going to have 75, 75, then 50, 50, and you get this issue that they're experiencing right now. With the two-phase expansion, that would create consistency in school year 25-26 of having the full enrollment of 75 at each grade level as they move through that system. So the recommendation from Douglas County staff is that the expansion application be approved. At this time, you can, we're going to turn it over for questions to me, other departments if we need them, and also staff from C2E. And do you guys want to share anything real quick? Here's a go.
Thank you, Gordon. He hit the most important pieces with getting rid of that enrollment bubble, because it does create a very difficult staffing situation that, as you've mentioned tonight, that it's very difficult in today's day and age to fill any openings that we may have, because a fifth grade teacher does not want to teach kindergarten. Those are two very different realms. And so the other big piece of that, where with construction costs being so high, we are definitely looking at doing a phased approach to this. And our phase one would be our top priority of replacing the mobiles with having physical classrooms, just from a safety perspective, to have everyone under one roof and limit the number of access points would be a great leap in safety for our school. Anything you want to add?
No, I just, the mobiles are at the end, towards the end of their useful life. We're being extremely diligent in terms of construction costs and interest rates and how to finance it, because we have a very healthy balance sheet right now, and we'd like to keep it that way, so we don't want to stress the school. But the enrollment bubble, it really puts undue burden on Liz, running the school, and makes it really difficult, not overly difficult, but it's tough for staff to move around. And like Liz said, it's, moving a teacher from fifth grade to third grade is really, not what they want. We want to take care of our teachers.
Great, thank you. Director Geiger.
And this is going to sound like a strange question, but it comes from my years on the LRPC. You're in an area where we know we have increasing student growth. Do you have any approximate idea about what percentage of your students come from essentially that enrollment area? I know that you draw from across the county, but is it primarily coming there from West Parker?
It is mostly from Parker. We do get a few Cherry Creek students, because we're in northern part of Parker.
Well, good for you. Taking anything from Cherry Creek.
But yes, they are mainly from Parker.
Okay, thank you. And you're hiring 13 FTEs. I know it's going to take a couple of years. You've already talked about that challenge. What are you looking for, and what is your hope in terms of hiring those 13 FTEs in this environment?
It'll be a challenge, but I think our school has a great reputation, because we're in our 21st or 22nd year now. And so when we have had the few openings we've had over the past 3 years, we've had several applicants to screen and choose from. So I think we'll be okay.
Director Meek.
Yeah, my questions are more around process, so bear with me just for a moment. Director Geiger, would LRPC in the past look at the impact on enrollment demand in neighboring schools? I'm just curious if in the past LRPC has ever been engaged when there's an expansion request.
No, we would usually see the results of expansions. So I would anticipate in the next master capital plan, we'll see some engagement about how this expansion eventually may impact enrollment issues in West Parker.
Right, so again, just thinking through the process that we go through, it feels like we have a process where renewals have multiple hearings before us, right, with the community being able to weigh in. But an expansion request, we're going to vote on tonight, and it feels like the impact on the system is larger than what a renewal decision would be. And so I guess I'm just curious from a process standpoint, if if it makes sense, the way we are managing this process. And I think I understood that the application actually came in September, right? September?
At least, maybe earlier, but.
Yeah. And I almost feel like it's a disservice to you all that you're waiting till now to have us act on something. So I guess I'm just struggling a little bit with our process that we're using and whether we might want to tweak that. And so bear with me as we're talking through this, but it feels like this decision has a much greater impact on our system than deciding on renewals. And, you know, I think this board in the past has created some of our growth and decline issues that we're struggling with today because maybe we didn't coordinate as much as we could have. So I'm just throwing that out there in case anyone else has any other thoughts on that.
Well, I guess just being part of LRPC and knowing that that part of our community is already in a very high growth area. And so I guess that's why I feel like if it was in a different area, I might have bigger concerns. But my question to you is, do you have a wait list that would provide, you know, spots for 125?
Yeah, we've got up 400 and.
We had 408 last year was what it was our biggest, and then we were up by, I believe, 2 more this year. The numbers just came in, you know, the first week of December. So we have 410 that open enrolled for our school. So there's definitely the demand there.
Great, thank you. And then I think my other comment to you, Director Meek, would be, I think I am personally looking at this from a security standpoint as well. And I think we can all agree that having kids in mobiles is not the best for our students. And so to provide a brick and mortar location is important for me. Director Thompson.
Yeah, so I interpreted what Meek just stated, and correct me if I'm incorrect, but it's just the process, that just having a notice of all the information, sorry if I'm not speaking into this, enough notice of the information to make those considerations in case it's on the flip side, like you had just mentioned, where in this case, demand and need meet. I know that was one of my first questions. Aside from the law, is like, hey, you know, is going to address an important need in that area? So that's how I interpreted that, if that is correct. And I would appreciate that change in process, or at least the return to process with that. Oh, I did have one other question, sorry, for you guys. Could you just explain to me a little bit about the enrollment bubble that you keep mentioning? Like, what leads to that being an issue, and just kind of define it in lay terms for me. Thank you.
Sure. It was new to me too when I was brought on to the C2E team 3 years ago. And so leaders previous to me had created this bubble because I think the enrollment demand was there in certain grades, and being able to fill all the classrooms that were available at the time made sense financially, of course. But here we are now with this bubble that I don't know that any of the leaders at that time envisioned that being the result of their plans. So now we're tasked with trying to solve this problem kind of after the fact, and this is the solution that we came up with to solve that. But so essentially, like, we have 3 sections in some grades, 2 sections in others, and so they'll keep rolling through that. So next year, like this year, we have, where are we? Yes, it's 23, 24. So we have 3 sections of kinder, and we'll bring in 3 sections again next year. But right now we only have 2 second grade classes. So we will then need 3, we'll have 3 first grade classes next year versus the 2 right now. But this 8th grade bubble will fall off. So essentially, unless I can find, which I will find another way, I'm not going to make an 8th grade teacher go teach first grade because it's not even the same certification. So that's the bubble we're trying to eliminate by having 3 across the board. And the other benefit of having 3 across the board is we ability group in our math and reading classes, and being able to meet the individual needs of our students in 3 different ability group classes versus just 2 has had tremendous results in our state assessments. And so that's another reason to have that 3 across the board versus looking at going to like 2 across the board.
You're really doing a disservice to the teachers and to the students in this situation where you have 3 fourth grade teachers this year and you're only going to have 2 next year. So in order to retain that person, you're moving a 4th grade teacher. The students don't like it. Their teachers are bouncing around. The teachers don't like it, and it makes it more difficult.
They start asking me on day 1, am I going to be the one that has to move every year? Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, technical difficulties here. Okay, so just moving forward, what is the change in process to, aside from having another classroom, that there is consistency across grades, right? So something happened previously when this started, just to understand that, yeah.
Well, we feel like as part of our strategic plan to round out at that 3 sections per grade level will get us exactly where we want to be able to meet the needs of our students and our staff. So we do not anticipate finding ourselves in this situation in the future, especially because we are very space challenged. And with this building addition, it would enable us to have those 3 sections across the board without having the modular units. And then we would be set for 20 years in the future.
Thank you.
Okay, so can we go back to the process question? I think it's reasonable to ask for us to have more time in this situation. I feel like it would be hard to do so because they're trying to meet a deadline, it looks like, for a bond sale, is that correct? And construction deadlines. So maybe we can ask that in the future that, yeah, go ahead, Director.
I wasn't advocating to postpone. I think we have a problem with our process, and I feel like you probably should have had an answer sooner than tonight. And I think it's up to us to look at our policy and have that kind of conversation. So nothing with your application, more on our side and our process, and something I'd like to open up for us to discuss. Yeah.
If I could, I'm going to put my name on that just a little bit and let you know that was a special request in this situation, just that even though the application was submitted, I made a personal request to them to give us a little bit more time to bring the application to you. And so that was something in our office. Typically, we would not do that. It would be the application's received, and we would follow that same process of getting it in front of you and then giving you time to have that. And so I'll take some ownership on that request from my end.
I don't think we're trying to blame any, I think it's just trying to, figure out a process for the board.
You were following policy, right? And so it's our job to set policy, and it's our job to talk through this, so you were following policy as policy is out there. I just want to make sure we update our policies as we need to make sure we're being responsive to requests. But also for me, you always hear, I love to have something before our public multiple times before we're taking action. And the action on this is more of an impact to our system than the action that we will take on renewals, so.
Okay, I think we're done with questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to look at the resolution, and I'm going to just read it just so that we're all on the same page. Resolution of the Board of Education of Douglas County School District RE1 approving expansion of Challenge to Excellence Charter School building. Whereas on January 25th, 2022, pursuant to Charter Schools Act CRS 22-30.5-101 to 120, the Board of Education of Douglas County School District approved the renewal application of Challenge to Excellence Charter School to continue operations as a charter school for an additional term of 5 years, commencing on July 1st, 2022, and continuing through June 30th, 2027. And whereas the Challenge to Excellence Charter School contract between the charter school and the district provides that the charter school may serve students in grades K through 8 in one location at 16995 Carl Carlson Drive, Parker, Colorado. And whereas Section 5.3 of the contract further provides that the school and the district agree that during the term of this contract, the school's total enrollment shall not exceed the capacity of the school's facility and site. The minimum enrollment is determined to be the lowest enrollment necessary for financial viability as reasonably determined by both parties. Whereas on or about September 5th, 2023, the District's Choice Programming Office received an expansion application from Charter School requesting that the charter school expand its current building to add 10 classrooms, a middle school cafeteria, and administration office, allowing for the charter school building to accommodate an increase in overall enrollment from 550 students to 675 students. And whereas the district's charter school procedures manual provides that for existing district charter schools interested in expanding to increase student enrollment through additional space, the following criteria must be met. The school must have been in operation for at least 3 years. The school must have had a proven program demonstrating compliance with district and contract standards in the areas of academics, finance, operations, and governance. And there is demonstrated demand for the expansion. Whereas charter school has met the criteria to support its request to expand to increase student enrollment through additional space, as the District's Choice Programming Office has determined that the school has been in operation for at least 3 years. School has proven program demonstrating compliance with district and contract standards in the areas of academic, finance, operation, and governance. And there is a demonstrated demand for charter schools expansion as it has requested. Whereas district staff recommends that charter school be allowed to expand its current building to add 10 classrooms, a middle school cafeteria, and an administration office, allowing for the charter school building located at 16995 Carlson Drive, Parker, Colorado, to accommodate an increase in overall enrollment from 550 students to 675 students. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the board as follows. 1, that approval of the expansion request authorizing charter school to expand its current building to add 10 classrooms, a middle school cafeteria, and an administration office, allowing for charter school building located at 16995 Carlson Drive, Parker, Colorado, to accommodate an increase in overall enrollment from 550 students to 675 students, is in the best interest of the district, its students, and the community. Number 2, that the school's expansion request is hereby granted and charter school shall be allowed to expand its current building to add 10 classrooms, a middle school cafeteria, and an administration office, allowing for the charter school building located at 16995 Carlson Drive, Parker, Colorado, to accommodate an increase in overall enrollment from 550 students to 675 students. The recommendation is that the board approve the resolution regarding the expansion of Challenge to Excellence Charter School building. Do I have a motion?
Move to adopt the resolution.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Roll call. Geiger.
One word, congratulations. We got involved in process. It's a great thing that you have that demand, and we're very glad that you're able to expand. Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great. Passed 6-0. Congratulations, Challenge to Excellence. All right, we are going to move on to Hope Online's Priority Improvement Plan for their public hearing.
Good evening, Board President, the rest of the directors. Prior to us getting into their presentation, I want to provide a little background information about what event this is tonight. So we're really here because of the Accountability Act of 2009, in which it authorizes the Department of Education to provide a review of school performance and issue school performance frameworks and accreditation categories for districts. In that process, they take data from assessments across these 3 different key performance indicators to come up with an identification process for the different plan types that schools can fit in. This data includes the CMAS results for English Language Arts, for math. It also includes the growth data from the Colorado Growth Model, specifically for middle schools, which is what we're discussing this evening. From that, they assign plan types based on the cut scores that are established by the State Board of Education. You can see that school plan types, there are currently 6 different plan types that are issued. The 2 plan types that are in the darker orange and red colors are the colors. If they are assigned, there's additional steps that must be taken on behalf of the school. If a school is identified as priority improvement or turnaround, they are on watch through the state, and they must enact certain action steps in order to improve their performance. Specifically, for those that are identified in year 1, which Hope Middle School is identified in year 1, the general UIP requirements are still followed, but there's some additional steps that must be taken, including a parent notification and a public hearing, which is what tonight is all about. They also have to formally have the plan adopted by you all, and there's really dual submission. The plan has to be submitted to the state for their review. It's submitted to us for our review, and as well as provide opportunities for the public to give input. That happens twice. I'll give you a copy of the timeline. There's multiple timelines at play here. One is for the data. The data is issued at the end of August, which is sent to schools in September. At that time, they have 30 days to notify their parents. Hope did that. They notified their parents at the beginning of October. So there's a 30-day window to notice. The public hearing has to occur at least 30 days beyond that notice. So thus is the quandary with the timeline, because the plan is actually due to the state on October 17th, 16th, depending on the year. So they issue the plan for review. At the same time, they're engaging their community in the concept of a public hearing, gathering input, and then coming before you all for the formal public hearing in December. These are all of the steps that they have taken and some of their due dates. A couple of things. I'll come back to that timeline at the very end to answer specific questions of the timeline, because there's 2 at play. So I'll give them an opportunity to come and present. So here's Heather.
Thanks, everybody. And I just want to reiterate what I think all the charter schools here said, and just really the whole community. Hope, as part of the Douglas County community, appreciates everyone on this board and just your engagement and support so much. So thank you so much. Thank you for that. So with that, is this the clicker? Oh, we have to switch presentations. So while we're getting to the presentation, I just want to tell you a little bit about Hope. So Hope became a Douglas County charter school in 2008, and we go back probably about 3 slides. But our mission really is to serve high-risk students in the state of Colorado as a multi-district online school authorized by Douglas County but certified by the Colorado Department of Education. I'll talk specifically about our middle school. We have 307 students, 65% of whom qualify for free lunch, and 45% who are multilingual learners. I think you heard Kim Garcia from our School Accountability Committee speak earlier, but our average middle school student enters 3 or 4 grade levels behind. So we have lots of challenges, but we love what we do, and we really appreciate the support of Douglas County Board and the whole Douglas County staff. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction, who's going to talk about our performance framework, and then we're going to be joined by one of our academic liaisons and former director of one of our sites in Pueblo. With that, Kristen?
Good evening, board. Thanks for having us. Sorry that we have to be here in front of you again. That was definitely not where we wanted to be. So I'm just going to skip through. You have our comprehensive plan is actually about 65 pages, but we thought that you might have more important things to do this evening than go through that. So we're just going to highlight a few things. As Mr. Rett said, we are on priority improvement at 41.1 points out of 42 would get us into 42 points would get us out of this rigmarole that we have to come to you each year. And even at 42, that's really much lower than we want to be. So we're very disappointed, but we believe in a great plan. We continue to struggle with parent excusals, much like other places in the district. As you can see, before the pandemic, we had probably the lowest, surely the lowest in the district, and pretty much the lowest in the state at 2%. We made a big difference in that this year and brought it down to right around 14%. The rate of parent excusals in analyzing that data does tend to be our native language and this non-minority students. So we do have a history of turning the ship around, and came back to priority improvement. We were on the upward trend from turnaround status in 2015, got out of it, and then after pandemic dropped back in, and then last year we're coming back up. Academic achievement continues to be our struggle, but we are improving in growth, which is our number one metric that we are looking at when we have students that are so far behind. We want them to achieve, but more importantly, we want to close those gaps so that it is more than 1 year's growth over 1 year's time. So in the academic growth category, we improved to approaching in that area. We had some strong highlights in math with all of our subgroups, either at the 50% percentile or higher. So we were very proud of that. One of the other things is that when students come to us, they stay with us, but we also recruit a lot of new students that are not doing well in their neighborhood schools because we provide an option, particularly for our multilingual students. Here on these charts, you can see that our students that stay with us, this is our cohort, do significantly better than our new students. So our cohort, the percentage of students meeting or at the advanced in CMAS is double that of our new students in both areas, and as well as the portion of the students that are at the lowest category. In this one, you'll see this is our growth, and not only do our cohort students outperform our new students, but they also perform do better the next year. So in the two bottom charts, you'll see the dark purple is the cohort's percentage in 2002, and then we doubled that in CMAS, and then math also made an improvement. So that is where we're seeing that we want to continue to close the gap and continue those students to grow. So we know we're doing the right things with the students that stay with us for a longer period of time. There's lots more data in the plan, so if you need help sleeping at night, feel free to call me and talk to you about any of that. So we spend a lot of time looking at our data. We're very data-driven place, and so we continue to have pervasive challenges with the students that we serve, but a couple of areas that really jumped out as we've been working on for a number of years is writing. In 2002, we had 60% of students not scoring any points on the writing. They were sticking at the summary kind of elementary level and not getting to the analytical level that a middle school grade level expectations. We improved that a little bit, but not nearly as much as we wanted to. As Mr. Reynolds mentioned, this performance framework is made on a single snapshot in the CMAS data. When we look at our local iReady benchmark, we definitely saw more growth and higher achievement on that benchmark, but we don't get to submit that to our state. But we are still working towards that. And then our biggest notice was we continued to look at the curriculum as our students were completing their classes. Our average grade in their core curriculum online class was a B, like a low B. All of our students were completing their work, but they weren't showing that same achievement when it applied to either iReady or to the state assessment. So we took a deeper dive into our online curriculum and our previous partner, and we realized that there was just not the level of the rigor of the task that we wanted or the depth of knowledge and questions, and so that curriculum was really letting us down. So really wanted to spend time today talking about the action steps, so that's a little bit of the background. We bring all sorts of folks together on a regular basis to talk about our data at the UIP. We look at our school accountability, as you heard from Ms. Garcia earlier. This evening is part of that piece. And we not only we do the academic data, but we're also looking at our socio-emotional data, how our students and parents surveys, and we put that all together, as well as looking at the Colorado Department of Ed's strategy guides on recommendations on what schools should do to improve these kind of reports. So we have some targets that we have for this year, and we'll jump back to that in a minute. But our major improvement strategies for this year are have changed our online core curriculum provider. So we piloted with a different company last year with our drop-in students, and we noticed that the level of instruction and rigor in those tasks was higher and better than our previous provider. We're a little nervous because there always becomes an implementation dip when you change, but we'd been with the last provider for almost 10 years, and we were not getting one. And Selena was going to talk a little bit more about that process and what we're seeing as a result. We continue to want to improve our multi-tiered systems of support and intervention, particularly with multilingual learners and our students with disabilities, are those on IEPs. What we have noticed is with so many new students, and so many students are now middle schoolers, had missed key identification years during the pandemic. They weren't attending school when they may have been identified for an IEP. So we found that we really needed to look at our process and streamline that and use some different benchmarks so that we can support students, whether they're referred for an IEP or not, that every student in our program is getting the support that they need. And then when we're implementing a new curriculum, as well as working with our community-based mentors and online instruction, we realized we needed to do more comprehensive professional development on what good instruction looks like, how to serve these special populations, and then identify gaps that may have been developed in different way, and increase coaching. So we did hire 3 new instructional coach positions this year to start to address that and support the staff. So I've kind of talked over most of these, with just more details of each of these. We've also increased our observations by admin, worked with our data PLC. So I'm going to turn it over to Selena, who is the boots in the ground. She has run a center for a long time and can tell you a little bit more about what this looks like in person.
All right. Hello. For many years, I've been a director for Hope. It's with the Alpha Learning Academy in Pueblo. And we were probably one of the highest performing sites within Hope. And this last year, I took a position as an academic liaison. And my goal is to really support several learning sites now that we can implement the improvement plan. And one of the things that she was talking about with the curriculum is we really want to increase one thing that has happened is the increase of the communication with the teachers online. That's been a huge, because we've been able to get that synchronous instruction from the online teachers, and it's really good because imagine having to be able to just contact or be able to have that connection with your teacher right away. That was something we were lacking before, and the students can build those relationships with the online teachers instead of just having the mentor in the classroom. More frequent and challenging writing task is another thing. Other performance activities, we can get authentic feedback right away for our students. More scaffolds and supports for struggling learners, which she has said we do have a lot of IEP students, ML students. So having that modified grade level courses for those students has really been really a good part for those students to be able to have more of the scaffolding, and also being able to use graphic organizers and having extended study guides where we can pull those from every single course. So that's been a huge built-in for that. The next part of it is the PLC part. We have really been trying to implement as Hope across with the more focus on the trends of data. By looking at the data as a team, we can collaborate better to support our students' needs. The accountability of weekly reporting has really helped us to identify areas of growth and also to have set specific and measurable goals each week. So it's just not a director looking at these PLCs, but we're doing it as a team. Myself as a liaison coming in and working with the directors and with the team together and really seeing what we can really do to change that. It's not happening like in a month, but it's happening weekly. So that's been a huge thing that we've been changing. One of the things that I've already seen positive results in our region, the southern region, we just did our iReady benchmark last week, and pulling that data, we already have 46% of students have demonstrated 1 year of growth in reading, just from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year. And we've had 53% of students shown growth and at least 1 year of growth in math. So I'm really excited about that because that's been a huge thing that we are just continue to push, and our goal is to have that finished strong at the end of the school year. So thank you very much for allowing me to come and speak, and I just want to welcome anybody to come to Pueblo anytime and come and visit our staff and our amazing students, but thank you for letting me speak. I'll try to have this.
So thank you, everyone. I probably made a mistake. I tried to rush through because I wanted to make sure we had enough time for you to hear from our staff and from really our center directors, the folks that are really on the ground. So very quickly, the concept about Hope as an online school is we have 23 sites, learning sites, around the state of Colorado in 12 different school districts. And kids attend, about half of our students attend those centers 4 days a week following the hours of a normal school day, and about half drop into those sites. But the concept of Hope from the beginning was to provide community support for some of our most at-risk kids who could benefit from online learning, but really needed some flexibility, and they needed that support from community members. So all of our sites are operated by community nonprofits and community leaders who want to give back to their community. So our structure is we have mentors who are, again, community folks that meet minimum requirements, but they really serve more like a parent in more of a traditional online environment. We have certified teachers who work at each of those sites. And when I say teachers, it's general education teachers, it's special educators, it's ML teachers, it's social emotional, we have mental health support. And then in addition to that, when Kristen talked about our online curriculum, we partner with an online curriculum provider, and that provides the online curriculum as well as the teachers that are certified in that subject area. That's a really quick overview, so I apologize for jumping through that. But really, I just wanted to let you know, we are committed to academic success. I'm so proud to be part of the Douglas County charter community, but when I see some of those results in the 80, 90 percentiles from our partners, I can't wait till we get there. Our students are smart, our kids are smart, they need those opportunities, and we have a great team between our school accountability committee, our board, and all of our staff and our support here at Douglas County. We're gonna make those kids be successful. And I invite you you can come to any center, whether it's in Pueblo or in Aurora, or come to our graduation because it's a great event. And I thank our board members who have been there. So thanks for that. Now we're open up for questions.
Great. Thank you, first of all, so much. I know how much work goes into these, and I just want to say thank you for your commitment to the community, not just here in Douglas County, but throughout the entire state, and your very unique niche. And truly, for those who have not been to a graduation at Hope, it's an experience, and it's very neat. So, and I've been to both Pueblo and here, so I'm just saying. All right. Anybody have questions? Director Weiniger.
Thank you for your presentation, and I do appreciate the honesty around the challenges that you guys had, because I know having an online school is a challenge in itself, and I did like hearing the areas where you realized that you could make better around the curriculum, and I like seeing the improvement around there, so thank you for focusing your attention on that and helping the kids at Hope, and I hope that this plan does do what you wish, and that you keep trying to find more ways to keep improving for these online students, because it is a challenge, and I know when I took online school, I wasn't as good in the classroom, so thank you for the efforts you're putting in.
Well, thank you, and I think that's really our concept, is that our kids were, I think, what was the one comment, I think we overheard in the restroom at the Hope office, a student said to another student or a staff member, I don't remember, was it, well, we're online, but we're not alone. And I think that's really our goal, is to make sure all of our students feel supported, and that if you come to one of our sites, whether it's a drop-in site or a site that kids go to, it's a family. And the kids know that they have support there, so thank you for that.
Thanks.
Director Geiger.
First of all, the community you serve is so vital and so underserved. And so we greatly appreciate all the work you do. I guess I'll ask the hard question. You've been here before. What do you think happened to cause this dip other than the pandemic, which is kind of like, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln? But what do you think, you've changed your curriculum? Why do you think that curriculum became ineffective? Why do you think the new curriculum will be more effective?
I'm going to take a stab at it, and then I'm going to ask Kristen to jump in when I miss things. I think, why are we here before? Well, I think we've gotten out of this before, and we're going to get out of it again. But I think one of the challenges we have with the closure of Hope Elementary School, we've kind of lost that feeder. So we have kids that are entering middle school very far behind, much further behind than they were before. So if you looked at the older, back in 2015, and you saw that statistic, we were actually about half a point away or 1 point away from being in performance for our middle school. So I think it's really developing that middle school community and providing the right supports early on and recognizing we needed to make changes at middle school to provide that strength in curriculum. And I think, as Kristen mentioned, when we look at our curriculum and we looked at where the fault, where there were some deficiencies, there were some significant deficiencies. And we went through the RFP process, and I'll tell you, there were a couple directors, one of whom was supposed to be here tonight, who said she joined the curriculum committee because she didn't want us to change. Because she felt like she and her staff knew the curriculum really well, and it was very effective. And it was effective at her site because of some of the things she did. When she interviewed and saw the new curriculum, she got to see how it really boosted the students and how much more support we could provide. And so that's really the change. So we haven't seen the complete impact of that yet. I think Selena was able to talk a little bit about those midterm iReady results. But it's really how are we consistent, how are we strong, and how do we know how to change middle school from the very beginning and create those good habits for sixth graders, because we don't have that feeder anymore. Kristen, would you add anything?
I think one other piece.
Get to the mic, please.
Yeah. We specifically sought out a partner that was more committed to direct instruction for small groups and individualized students beyond just an email and support. So this new provider has online classes on a regular basis with their teacher. That frees up our certified staff and our mentors in the building to provide additional intervention and services. So by having a partner that really meets the needs of our students and understands multilingual learners better, really also gives us more time and flexibility within our day to provide those more individualized supports in our building.
One thing that struck me was a noticed lack of mindset was that your teachers seem to be too sympathetic to your students. It's hard to not be sympathetic to your students. I feel that. I'm sure everybody up here does. How do you train around that?
I think it goes to accountability. And I think it's the accountability that we have to hold ourselves as a school, our staff, and our students accountable, because we know they can do it. And they need to believe they can do it. And I think that's one of our biggest challenges with our kids. They haven't been successful in the past in different schools. We need to show them that we have high expectations, but we have to support them in reaching those expectations.
And I want to share what's already been said here and fully agree with it. You are doing the work that has to be done. And we just want to make sure that you're working as hard as we expect you to make it better. Your presentation today makes that clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Director Thompson.
Again, thank you for your presentation. Just a few questions that I have for you. The first is kind of a broad one. Just understanding what you guys feel is unique and effective about your approach to serve high-risk students specifically. I mean, I heard community centers, I heard accessibility. Is there anything else that is important to highlight?
I think the community centers is really the key of that. So HOPE has 4 pillars that we sort of organize around, and it's affiliation, because our students have to have affiliation. They have to feel like they belong, so they attend. So our second pillar is attendance, because once kids attend, they can achieve. And once they see they start to achieve, they can have aspiration. So I think it's each one of our centers really embodies those pillars and provides those community sites of support for our kids.
Thank you. And then questions around the new curriculum. You piloted the curriculum like broadly or with certain groups?
We piloted the curriculum at the drop-in center. So about 2 years ago, we entered a partnership with a group called Global Advantage. And so Global Advantage operates our drop-in sites. They had previously been using the Edmentum curriculum, and we'd been using a different curriculum. We were able, and actually Kristen could probably speak to it more than I can. We were able to observe the interactions and sort of the processes and the things that how it worked with the new Admentum curriculum, and really were able to do some really on-the-ground comparisons for that. So that's what started the process.
Okay.
Kristen, what else would you add to that? Would you add anything?
I think it was really, we're probably one of the few schools that will ever have this chance, but to have the two biggest online providers and have we were able to see inside what you don't get from a sales pitch if anybody's ever been in a curriculum sales pitch. So be able to see the inner workings, how it develops, and already have some pre-established relationships with their admin and some of their teachers to know that it wasn't just a sales pitch, but this was actually really truly happening, and we saw it happen.
Okay, I can imagine the reservations because with the old curriculum, you did recover the numbers, and so now this is something totally new. So I can understand that was probably a lot to weigh out. For the, you mentioned an implementation dip. You're still anticipating that to happen?
Well, I always want to be honest. I do anticipate it because I think that the research shows that when you change things, there are some implementation. But we are putting everything we can. We are very aware of that that's a reality. That's why we're closely monitoring. You saw this slideshow. So we're hopefully not, particularly when it comes to CMS, that we'll see it come up. But we just always want to keep it mindful and know that it happens. And that's why it's important that every person gets good training, that our coaches are involved, our admin are involved. So we're all really vigilant in making sure that we minimize that implementation dip as much as we possibly can.
Okay, so I have two more questions. I'm sorry.
Can I add one more piece to that before you go to your next one? I think the other piece is that this is curriculum that we use for grades 6 through 12. So a lot of it was how we were looking at how our high school students were doing as well, and making a decision to make sure that our middle school students were being prepared for high school. And we really raised the bar of accountability for our high school students too.
Fantastic. The other area that I just wanted just a little bit more clarity on. So you had talked about, your 3 action steps. Curriculum's pretty self-explanatory, the then versus now. For professional development and coaching, you had mentioned that the newest thing is the 3 new instructional coaches. And then for the multi-tiered supports, what is your biggest thing from the then to the now?
Providing more interventions, more specific and diagnostic interventions based on our assessment data, but really the frequency and intensity of the intervention. So by having more online teacher support at core levels, that as I mentioned, provides us more staff. And our specifically our students with disability population, that teaching staff, we've adjusted some of their schedules and groups that they serve and how what they're focused on, so much more targeted.
Okay, seems like it is a pretty big shift in resources is what it feels like. Definitely interested in how that works. But the last thing I just wanted to mention, I guess it wasn't really a question, was just a comment. The graph that I found the most helpful, and I just like providing feedback, is definitely showing the new students and then the continuing cohort. That was very helpful to see. So thank you for that visualization.
Thank you. And I think so I appreciate that. That was really helpful for our staff to see, because frankly, it's kind of, sometimes it seems daunting, this task of looking at students that are 3 and 4 grade levels behind, and how do we help them to see that comparison really helps our staff too. So thanks for that.
Anyone else? Great, thank you so much.
Thank you all. And again, we invite you to come to any one of our sites and graduation. So thanks for your support.
Great, and then the recommendation is that the Board of Education adopts priority improvement plan for Hope Online Learning Academy. Do I have a motion?
I move to adopt the Hope Online Priority Improvement Plan.
Second.
All right, so motion by Weiniger, second by Myers. Roll call, Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, passes 6-0. Congratulations. Great, and then we're going to move on to the District Accountability Committee's final recommendations concerning policy KB, parent and family engagement.
Where's everyone? I'm sorry, my gum wrapper. Oh, we can use this clicker?
Yes.
Just this obvious one right here?
Yep, and then that's
Oh,
forward
that's
and
the
back.
back.
Yep,
Okay.
let's try it and see.
See, I mean, see?
Yep, perfect.
Okay. All right. Good evening, directors, Superintendent Kane, cabinet members, and audience. My name is Kelly Pointer, and I've been a Douglas County School District parent since 2009. The District Accountability Committee, also known as DAC, KB Subcommittee, with approval from our DAC, we have some folks in attendance tonight, this evening, is pleased to present its recommendations on policy KB, the Parent and Family Engagement Policy. As stated by the Colorado Department of Education, each school district Board of Education shall adopt a district policy for increasing and supporting parent engagement in the public schools. In addition, per Colorado state statute, the Board of Education shall work with the parent members of the District Accountability Committee in creating, adopting, and implementing the parent engagement policy. Although the school board approved changes to this policy 6 months ago in June, we sincerely appreciate the opportunity to provide our feedback tonight. As discussed at our May and June DAC meetings, we formed a KB subcommittee to provide feedback on the board's KB policy revisions. We began meeting weekly in June over Zoom and continued our work throughout the summer, fall, and first semester. Our committee was open to all DAC members and was ultimately composed of 5 people. It was important to us to be transparent and detailed at all times. We communicated our approach, our timeline, and findings in person via meetings and school board public comment, as well as via emails. It should be noted that our committee did not agree on everything, and there are someone who, couldn't be here this evening, but we found a way to reach consensus. And as you can see, we spent a lot of time on this important policy, and we were happy to do so. Here is our subcommittee's timeline broken down by month. As mentioned, we have been working on this for over 6 months with an eye toward detail and following process and state statute. In order to be thorough, we requested what, if any, feedback was provided on the board's policy revisions by DCSD legal counsel, and we were told that this information was not available to us per attorney-client privilege. We also looked at the community feedback that you collected on this policy last spring, and that will be discussed in a future slide. Finally, we reviewed other school districts' KB policies, and we found them to be in alignment with our recommendations. Note that the DAC approved our recommendations in August, and in September, you voted to keep KB as a DAC priority area with a request for our subcommittee feedback by the end of the year. Therefore, in October and November, in order to be inclusive and gather additional feedback on our recommendations, we requested collaborator feedback. We defined collaborators as other board committees, such as the Long Range Planning Committee, as well as the Equity Advisory Committee, as well as PTAs, SACs, which are our school accountability committees, staff, students, and as well as the the Douglas County Special Education Advisory Committee, DCSEAC. After that feedback was compiled, we presented it again to the DAC last month, and they approved of us presenting to you this evening. Now I will turn the presentation over to Julie Gooden.
All right, good evening, directors and Superintendent Kane and cabinet that I feel like I just saw. This portion of the presentation is the review of the survey itself, exactly how we gathered our data, what information respondents were given, and an overview of the results. So we sent this survey to all interested parties, like Kelly just mentioned, all of the SAC contacts that we have, board committee members from every board committee. We reached out to superintendent committees, staff that we could find, and any students we could locate. We used a short Google form, and I do mean short because we all know that they're very tedious, for our survey, and ensured that there were no duplicate records based on the date and a timestamp, and the short answers in which came with the survey. And as you can see, we had the most luck with the responses from our SACs. 65% of the responses were from SAC members, which shouldn't be shocking, but it also is validating since one of our areas of focus for DAC is to increase parent engagement, as well as communicate with our SACs. As you can also see, students and staff feedback is lacking, which is a concern considering the policy directly impacts both groups, but we'll address that later on in our recommendations. I am sure some may point out that the 54 respondents is small, but the subcommittee was kind of pleased by that because the number of resources that we had to reach out to people was pretty limited, and we kind of had to do most of this on our own without access to email addresses for the district. We would have loved to reach more staff, so that wasn't the lack of trying. We also realized that 54 respondents doesn't feel like enough data, but it is consistent with the district responses, and those had 109 valid responses. So we had half the number, but the ratios and percentages were almost spot on. So it feels like it's at least consistent with what was gathered from the community early in the spring. The spring survey received double the responses, but most people were in support of not changing it. And in the DAC's case, we didn't actually have social media that we could use, mainly because our SACs and DAC board committees don't have their own social media, so there's not an all call on social media for this survey. We know that this policy really upset a ton of people on both sides of the feelings about it. And to try our best to mitigate that, we tried to be as transparent with our process, the changes, why we thought the changes were necessary, that we could possibly be. We were clear with our reasons for the changes and addressed each larger change individually with our respondents. When the KB subcommittee began meeting, we debated on which KB policy version to actually redline and start changing. And after lots of discussion, we actually, lots of discussion, talk about lots of disagreement. We decided to use the 2018 version initially because that's the one we would have reviewed since it was the DAC policy that was passed. But in September, former Director Peterson had made it clear he wanted us to redline the policy that was approved in June, so we kind of pivoted and re-redlined that policy. When we sent out our emails to the respondents, we included a few things. One was the board-approved KB policy from June. One was DAC's policy changes that we had redlined to show where we inserted or removed information. And then one with all of our DAC policy without redlines so that someone could read it easily. We let the respondents know in advance the changes they were going to see in the redline version and outline them for clarity. So the 7 areas were added staff as, oh, I think I might have missed did I miss mine? Nope, it's still that one. Oh, where am I going? Come back. It is still this one. Added staff as collaborators, incorporated the NSFSP and SACPI, and for those listening who know what none of those acronyms mean, it's the National Standards for Family School Partnership and the State Advisory Council for Parent Involvement in Education. We added those pieces, and then we incorporated CASB's policy wording. And CASB is the Colorado Association for School Boards, and they often, in fact mostly, have lots of really great policies that they put best practices out for different school districts to adopt. We eliminated just in this policy the opt-in versus opt-out wording. We removed the parents' rights section, added the state statutory language, and removed gender identity and compelled speech language. So the way the format works, we know how much time it takes to fill out surveys and how daunting they are when you have too many buttons to push and it's just another question. So we tried to limit it, and we decided in order to get the most respondents, we needed to make it as small as we could or as short as we could. So we chose 5 of those 7 to give detailed information about to our respondents. We used a small Likert scale, meaning, for those that don't know, it's when you have from 1 to 5, 1 to 7. And we only chose 1 to 3 because we wanted definitive data. We didn't want, I kind of sort of like it, I kind of sort of don't. We want agree, disagree, or you don't really care. We just needed feedback to work with. And we also added room for feedback in our short answer because we wanted to know the nuance of why, if people wanted to tell us why they agreed or disagree. And if they had context that was like, I agree with this, but I wish it was worded that way, then we wanted to know that because that was important if we needed to add other changes. All right, each question was presented listing the individual change, and we made the reasoning behind the change. It was important for us to be very transparent and provide context to people, which I actually appreciated because sometimes when we see policies as parents that are changed, we don't understand why you're changing them. So we were hoping this was helpful because this is what we would have liked. The first one is adding staff as collaborators. They are identified heavily in this policy, and it just seemed like having their input into this policy and them as a stakeholder in it, it was really important. The second change was excluding the parents' rights section. We concur that parents' rights are important. However, the text sufficiently covers the expectations and important role of parents in their child's learning, even clearly stating that all partners affirm family and student expertise. No one's trying to take that away. Such that this policy is meant to engage parents and district employees in a collaborative relationship unless we jointly feel that there should be a staff's rights or a section on students' rights. It doesn't feel collaborative to just throw in this elevated relationship that parents somehow have a higher stake in a collaborative environment. And attempting not to be adversarial is the issue. Excluded gender identity language. The language has discriminatory, did I miss it? Thank you. I felt movement from over here. This language has discriminatory and legal implications. It can be harmful to students, and it opens the district to litigation. And I'm not just flippantly saying that. We actually have case law that we looked up. The draft policy does cover communication and transparency that outlines appropriate expectations. Change 4 was excluding compelled speech language. This was clarified during a public board meeting as permitting the misgendering of students. The practice is very harmful and discriminatory and doesn't belong in any school policy. The 5th change was excluding the opt-in and versus opt-out. Obviously, it's excluded from this policy in our version, but it's not because we think we should exclude something like that from a policy in a district. But there is a policy that already, and I think one of the things that Director Peterson, if I remember, he liked the cross-referencing of the different policies at the bottom of every policy. And I thought, well, if we can put the cross-reference at the bottom of the policy, you're taking care of showing people where they all interact. But there's no real reason to duplicate efforts in this policy. Let's see, slide, I think I have change 6. Oh, we only did 5 changes. Given the red line policy copy and the reason for the changes, the first question we asked respondents is, do you feel the DAC policy draft accurately demonstrates equal collaboration between staff and parents? 90% of our respondents believed our changes demonstrated equal collaboration, which is important in such a policy. This is getting people to work together, and feeling like it's collaborative is essential first ingredient, I should say, in a policy like this. And then we looked individually at the separate changes, and we found an overwhelming majority of those gave us feedback agreed with the changes that were made. With no less than 73% agreement, all of our changes were immensely supported by those impacted by the changes. So we were happy with the results that we got, being that we didn't have a grand amount of pushback on our efforts. I'm now going to turn this over to Sammy Wheeler-Klaus.
Good evening, directors and Superintendent Kane and staff. We thought it would be informative or helpful for you to hear actually some direct quotes from individual participants. And so these quotes represent a variety of collaborators who submitted feedback. They are from individuals and do not necessarily represent the group that they are from. So the very first of these quotes, the first one comes from an Equity Advisory Council respondent who is grateful for removing discriminatory language. And then we hear from an elementary SAC member who feels that DAC and SAC parents should have been given time to provide feedback in order to avoid divisive culture in the district. They specifically said the DAC and SAC are parent voices and should have been allowed proper time to go over the policy and make changes. These types of changes are harmful to our LGBTQ students. As the policy stands, it places our district in danger of litigation, but more than that, it destroys our culture as a school district by purposefully creating division. Then we have a certified staff member who states that discriminatory language is harmful. And specifically, I quote, "No one who is working with kids should seek to do harm towards them." A Douglas County Special Education Advisory Committee respondent is thankful for protecting our most vulnerable students. And then we have a PTA member who reminds us of the district's focus on mental health. They specifically say, as a district that puts a priority on the mental health of their students, permitting the misgendering of students or staff is an absolutely contrary stance and should be eliminated. This quote is from one of the 5 that did not agree with our recommendations. This middle school SAC member disagreed with the generalized statements in the survey and did not agree with the changes, suggesting that it makes the optics look bad. They would like to continue the opt-out section and do not see the parents' rights section as a problem. Since the addition of students into this policy directly impacts them, we included a student advisory group included them as respondents. And so this high school student responded with concern over extension of parent-guardian power in the school education environment. They feel as though the students' education needs be communicated by the students. Specifically, they say, what protections are in place to prevent misuse of this policy by any of the parties addressed? Students tend to have concerns regarding the overreaction of parent-guardian power in a student's school experience environment. Students have had experiences where their education has been limited by their parent or guardian's personal views. I personally believe that a student's education should be up to them by way of communicating their needs with their school community around them, especially with teachers. They should have the active choice of participating in open discussions that exposes them to all perspectives. Here we have a high school SAC member who states that the revised KB policy reflects the purpose of a parent engagement policy. Parents and guardians working together with staff and teachers. And then finally, the Long Range Planning Committee representative believes that policies should be developed by the people most impacted by the implementation of the policy. Quoting this individual, LRPC member, I hope that this process will continue to be improved where those most impacted groups are part of the process from the beginning instead of an afterthought, if that.
Okay. Thank you, Sammy, for sharing those quotes from a few of our survey respondents. We appreciate their feedback and believe that they should be heard and taken into account. As already discussed, here is an overview of our 6-month process. We think that it's important to emphasize that parent engagement is defined as parents and school staff working together to support and improve the learning, development, and health of our children and adolescents. We believe that our recommendations support this. What are our main findings and recommendations? One, that the current policy might cause harm to students' mental health and affect staff. We know that this is never the intention, but in this case, it's a strong possibility. Here we go. Let's see. Our survey results support the DAC's recommended revisions. In fact, we were surprised that only 5 respondents disagreed with our recommendations. Also, there are potential legal implications in the current policy that may create risk for the district. Other school districts' KB policies are in alignment with our recommendations. And finally, this policy also affects our community. How does swaying into politics help our divided community? Why be overtly political when our school board and its policies should be nonpartisan? We have compiled a list of questions for you and Superintendent Kane. How has this policy already been communicated to staff and students? How is the implementation going? Perhaps a separate parent rights policy should be created, as well as a staff rights policy and a student rights policy. Given the potential legal risks in the current policy, how will you ensure that you are reducing the potential for litigation to the district? Has principal, teacher, staff, student feedback on this policy and implementation been received? How does the current policy ensure DCSD's goal of a safe, positive culture and climate? And finally, how does this tie into DCSD's mission and vision, which is currently being revised and which we received a survey about last month? In closing, the DAC truly appreciates the opportunity to work on this, as well as to present to you this evening. The DAC takes its statutory requirements seriously and strives to collaborate with the school board and school district. Partisan issues cannot be part of a school policy without creating division in the community. Making a political statement in a district policy unnecessarily alienates approximately half of the population, which isn't collaborative. There is a reason school board members do not declare a party when running, and why school employees can't discuss opinions on ballot measures. School districts need to be neutral and nonpartisan. Schools and school districts should develop policies based on data and evidence-based best practices in order to do the job they are tasked with, which is education for all. That, coupled with our survey results and feedback, is why we are respectfully recommending that you revisit and modify the concerning aspects in the KB policy that were discussed this evening. You can refer to the details in the red line document that was emailed to you. Finally, if the board desires, the DAC and this subcommittee are available to work on this, revisions or KB's implementation, into the next year, and we believe that a two-way dialogue would be productive and efficient for all parties moving forward. Are there any questions and/or comments for us?
So first, thank you guys very much. 130, I think is what it said, collaborative or collective hours put into this. So thank you very much for your time on this. I have a couple questions. I think I saw somewhere that you guys had requested the feedback that the board received from the entire community. Were you guys given that?
Yes, that's what we were referring to with the, we received that through Superintendent Kane, I believe, and this would have been sometime in the summer, I believe possibly June. And we looked at there was 152 records, and we found some that were duplicate or some bad data. So we'd be happy to have a discussion or show you guys the detailed spreadsheet if you're interested. But after we deduplicated that bad data, we saw that there was 109 valid records from the spring community survey that you guys collected.
Great. And then did you include that in your analysis of the policy?
Do you want to answer that?
Sure.
Yes and no, it wasn't part of our survey, but it aligned with our results. So there were 63 people that were against the new KB policy at that point, 39 that were in support, and 5 were neutral, and 2 other that just didn't fall into either category. So.
Great. And then just because I want to honor the people that didn't agree, can you just give some feedback, just generally, what you heard from those?
I can look some of them up because it's on a really bad
worries.
PDF and very small font. A lot of it was misinformation about understanding. Sometimes they were just complaining about the fact that people didn't like that the new policy had changes to begin with, or they didn't like the idea that people were questioning Director Peterson. So some of it was kind of vague. Then there was a bit in there about misinformation and the feeling about parents' rights are being stripped in the county, and this was a way to put the parents' rights back, not understanding that parents' rights are always there and they're always a solid foundation in this county. So if you want me to code it, like we can do that. That's
No,
easy.
I was just curious if you had any.
Yeah, well, there's 152 of those, and it wasn't, I think the hardest part is the form wasn't written how we would have written it, so we're capturing, I don't know if you remember, but they were all short answer. So it was a lot to
No,
swallow.
I mean from the one that you sent out to the SACs, like just in general, what were some of the?
There were 5, I'm sorry, I thought you were asking
no,
about the
you're
spring.
fine.
I was like, gosh, that was a lot to swallow.
I got those too.
The 5 of them were, I think, people not realizing that there were already pieces covered in that policy that we were removing. So they felt like, I think kind of what you heard tonight, that we were taking away something when that exists elsewhere in policy. And instead we were trying to make this very specific to parent family engagement or parent staff engagement. So, but there were only 5 of them, and some of them were just, I don't agree, I think it's good like it is. So out of 5,
Okay.
that was the most comprehensive, which is why we wanted to put it up there, because they had the best information.
Great, thank you. Director Weiniger?
I was wondering if you have an example of some of the survey questions that you asked?
Yeah, we should have put it up on the screen.
Like, you mean example of what it looks like? It looked just like what you saw. It said remove parents' rights language, and it put the context word for word, and it had a Likert scale, 1 to 3, agree, disagree.
Can you show me this slide?
Yeah. We really tried to simplify it, thinking people wouldn't answer our survey if they had to read too much. But we did give them a lot in the beginning. So for instance, like say, I'm gonna just say question 5 says, excluded gender identity language, reasoning this, 1 through 3, agree, neutral, disagree.
So question 5 just stated excluded gender identity language.
And that was, so we had given them the red line policy already, and we had told them what we changed in it, and then we asked them, and we told them, what do you think of this, and this is why we did it.
Okay.
We should have included a screenshot of the Google survey, so apologize about that. That would have been helpful, which we're realizing now since we were living in our bubble here. But what we did say on the Google form, it said, we did this change and this was the reasoning. Like that was actually on the Google form with a, you know, 3 little bubbles. You either agree, you're neutral, or you disagree. And so there was essentially 6 questions. The first one was, do you believe this reflects a collaborative environment? Yes. Do you feel that the DAC policy accurately demonstrates equal collaboration between staff and parents? That was the first question. And then each of those 5 changes were the next question. So there was a total of 6.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes,
Sorry,
thank you.
we didn't include a screenshot.
No, it's okay. I can visualize it. Yeah.
And we can email, if you would desire, we can email you the Google link after the meeting or tomorrow morning, and you can see that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you. And then I was just wondering if you had any other demographics on the 54 responses rather than just what schools they were from or what committee they were from, or if you had any.
We only had it broken down by SACs and board committees versus high school, middle, elementary.
Okay.
But I can tell you, if you give me 20 seconds, I can tell you that I almost want to say there's like 5 high schools, 2 middle and 2 elementary, and that was our SAC.
Okay. I didn't know if you also asked other questions of the surveyors, like their gender or age and all that. Okay.
We did not.
Director Meek?
Sure. I'd like to look at slide 19, I believe. So the questions
I know.
the
We also
board.
should have numbered the slides.
Yeah,
We're being transparent.
It's the question slide.
That was also a miss.
Oh, second from last, I think.
Oh, this one right here. This one?
Sure. Yeah, I think it would be helpful to maybe walk through some of these questions. So Superintendent Kane, can you help with the communication piece?
Thank you for the question, Director Meek. Staff is forming a committee to work through the process of creating a KB-R.
So there's not a regulation yet in place, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But we do have a policy that's in place, and we are expecting the system to be operating based on that policy. So my question really, do you feel like staff knows how to handle a situation when a student is being misgendered?
We have discussed the policy as it sits today with our school leaders and do not interpret the policy as being, as promoting misgendering an individual. So rather, we interpret the policy currently, but again, without a -R, as simply allowing students, not compelling students to go around and declare, for example, what their own personal pronouns are. So not compelling them to make that declaration. That's the current interpretation and what has been communicated. And again, we need to do more work around a KB-R, and certainly last semester with the election looming, that was not something we were able to work on yet. So that is something we're looking at this spring.
Yes, I guess my concern would be, you know, we had a very direct conversation when we were discussing this policy with our former Director Peterson, where I asked specifically around that example. You know, if there's a student who says, this is my name, and other students choose not to use that name, I'm not sure how that doesn't result in harassment of a student who's not being called the name that they're asking to be called or the pronoun that they're asking to be called. So my big concern is, do we have a system that is able to address situations based on the conversations that we've actually had up here on the dais?
Assistant Superintendent Windsor can speak more specifically to the conversations that have been happening.
I think it's a very fair question. I think what we've tried to work on as a system is, one, how familiar are we with all of our policies? Obviously, this being one of the policies that they have to be familiar with. I think the one part our leaders will continue to do is honor each situation to partner with families and students. And so I would say from a policy standpoint, I'm not sure the policy is in the forefront of everybody's mind beyond honoring and making sure each student feels safe and supported in our schools, where we're not referring to the policy, but it's about seeing the student for who they are. And if a student is being harassed, bullied, each of our leaders, each of our teachers are going to be addressing those situations to make sure a student feels safe in our buildings. So from a practicality standpoint, it is really making sure what we've fundamentally tried to do, I think, in our schools is to honor our students and build that relationship with them.
Director Geiger?
Thank you. To follow up on that, are we aware of any incident where a student has been, let me step back. I think this language is deeply unclear. I think this language can be interpreted in a way that would be completely inconsistent with JBA, with AC, with our non-discrimination, with our bullying policy. As a lawyer, I'm concerned that someone will try to use this language as some sort of defense to a discipline for bullying. Has that incident occurred? Has anybody, in response to any kind of communication, tried to use this language in KB to justify their actions?
That has not occurred to any of our knowledge.
Okay. Part of our, as we are a policy board, part of our job is to make sure that our policies are both clear and not inconsistent with other policies. I would ask the DAC to go back and look at situations that might occur where that language in KB might conflict with previously engaged policies. I'm referring to JBA, which specifically says we do not discriminate based on a person's orientation, including bisexuality, transgender status, or a person's perception thereof. I would refer to AC, which again means that we will not discriminate on sexual orientation and defined therein. I don't know what's going to happen at some point. But I'm a former defense attorney, and somebody's going to try to pull this technicality. I appreciate that the vision of the administration is that we're not going to allow that. But whether or not we leave this language in or not, we need to clarify, I believe, how it applies and in what circumstance it applies. I understand the free speech arguments that were made by previous Director Peterson, although I don't agree with them. But if we're going to continue with that philosophy, we have to figure out where a free speech ends and harassment and bullying begins. And that is a policy decision this board should make. That's why I support looking back at KBB. The other question I would ask administration is, the other part of this would imply that you have a duty, that every employee has a duty to provide open communication and disclosure of information. I know in talking to counselors, they felt that compelled them to share confidential information with parents. We're in a weird world. Children over age of 15 have confidentiality. They own it. They own the privilege, not the parents. Are we aware of any circumstance where there has been a problem with revealing confidential information from a student to a parent without that student's consent?
We are not aware of such a situation, and we certainly are aware of the confidentiality requirements, and so that is why when a student is going to be seeing a counselor to help them with a specific issue, the parents are certainly notified of are given the option to decline seeing a counselor, and they are notified of that confidentiality provision so that they understand that when they agree to allow their student to see a counselor on a not a regular basis, but more than once.
I recall when this was passed, there was a comment from the floor that said that we didn't have to worry about children being abused because everybody is a mandatory reporter. My background in child protection says that's often too late. Are we aware of any circumstances where there have been any concerns about safety for a child based upon information provided by the school to a parent?
I am not aware of that, no.
Okay. I tend to agree that we need to clarify and rewrite KB. I think the idea of a parent's rights policy that also addresses parents' responsibilities and the rights of teachers and staff probably makes more sense. I think we've combined a policy here, combined multiple ideas into a policy. KB is inconsistent. If interpreted as allowing misgendering, most trans students go to school with the understanding of their parents. If I, as a parent, send my child to school and say this child will be referred to as a different gender, to allow other students to override that decision is a violation of parents' rights. So we need to figure out how we balance those. And because this, I don't think we have nearly enough public input yet. I don't think the public survey was enough. I appreciate 54, but that's not enough either. It's quite clear also that what people perceive this to be from our public comment is all over the board. You know, we were lectured today about we're being too stupid to understand basic science. I don't think that's true of anybody on this board. So I would believe that there is a role for us to readdress KBB at some point in the spring, look at these issues, look at whether another policy on parents' rights would also be important. That's my 2 cents.
Director Myers?
So way back when I was on the DAC, and we did have some other data that had come in. Was that taken into account on this presentation that you did tonight? Remember there was some
Yeah,
other...
Director Myers, are you referring to, I think that we tried to do something very quickly in May from the DAC to the SACs. No, we did not take that into account because there was only like 10 responses. And it was remember it was the end of the school year, things were hectic, we only got 10 responses. And so we resent all this other work that we did to those same people. You know, I mean, we don't know individual people, but we sent it to a mass group. So they were given the opportunity to also respond. It would have been in October to the survey.
And I'll look back at that. I thought it was a little more than 10. One of the things I look at you know, the red line and the blue, and I've kind of tried to ask questions legally, and I wonder if the statute is at fault with the Board of Education shall work with the parent members of the District Accountability Committee in creating, adopting, and implementing the policy. I believe that was done in 2018. And legally, I'm not a lawyer. I kind of tried to finagle Mary, but I have to be careful. Anyway, wondering if maybe there was a mistake with the statute that they didn't pursue that or make it, maybe we knew that we would be, you know, we work with DAC. It's a year after year. Of course, it hadn't been done since 2018, right? So I wondered if, and with legislative things being changed all the time, SACPI, the National School Board, I wonder if it's always necessary to put all this in. And I'm thinking of our community that might want to not feel like a policy so muddled. I mean, I think there's room for improvement. I do, and working together. Because if we want our parents and our community to understand the policies, and we are now on board with policy governance, that we make it so that I know from, especially as board secretary, referring always to policy KE, making sure parents understand that's a procedure that we have to, you know, go, and being able to refer back to, and I'm learning a lot from Director Meek, policy K, are we calling it KB or KBB? KB. And that we make it so that our community's a little bit, it's more community parent friendly. And the last thing I think I'm going to say, I don't know if you remember back when I was, when President Peterson spoke, and I had been the one that had brought this up to him about that parent teacher student triangle. So the parent teacher is it's actually the base of they work collaboratively together, but always knowing that the parent, and I'm speaking from a parent and a teacher viewpoint. As a teacher, 20-something, 22 years of full-time position, but over 25 years, you know, subbing, and my interaction with students and my hours spent to them, I would never assume as a teacher that I would have an authority over a parent. In fact, I can actually remember 2 specific times in my teacher career where I overstepped my boundary. And I I either said something inappropriate, and I mean, I can give you the exact 2 incidents that happened, and my always direction from the principal was call the parent, which I always did. I always believed in that communication piece with the parent. That was just so adamant in my teaching as a career, because I understood that when I could work with the parent and I could understand maybe a situation at home with a student's behavior, it gives more insight to the parent. And I think we can all probably come to a little bit of when we do struggle with parent engagement. And I brought this up, I think this weekend we talked about, when you have those parent-teacher conferences, we always have the parents that show up and I think you probably heard that, Julie, were you there? That we just wish that more parents would show up to talk about their student, and so that we maybe wouldn't have to make that phone call home. But I, like you, Kelly, did pull some, I pulled Durango, Littleton, and I actually work on a REMSL board. There's other board directors on there, Mesa County. And that's where the part where I'm thinking, I'm reading through theirs, I'm reading through ours, and have we not maybe muddled some things? And it looks like Durango and Mesa and Littleton all kind of use the same format. And so maybe we do look at that, Director Geiger, maybe there is a parental rights or something, but we always need to, and I know you're going to know a little bit more about lawyers stuff, but I do know that with the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, and we have 4 specific U.S. Supreme Court that they affirm the fundamental rights of the parents as their child's caregivers, and I don't ever want to assume that we are above that parent in parental rights. So how we address that, how we handle it, I don't know, but I'm willing to work on it. So.
I just wanted to respond to you. On you looked at the other policies, the ones that we looked at, most of them were just duplicates of CASB's policy because they are the best practices. That's why the language is likely pretty duplicate because of the same thing. And I do think, like you, that our teachers do feel like the parents have the last say in everything. And I think part of the reason you don't get the people at the parent conferences is because they figure the teacher will tell me if I need to know, which doesn't excuse the responsibility of the parent, but I think that's the comfort level that our parents have with our teachers. But if we really want parent engagement, I mean, one thing as a parent that I find, and it shows in this community survey that was done earlier, is if we're not going to take into consideration the survey results in the policy, then you're going to get less and less engagement every time. And so I think one of the ways you could earn trust as a board is to follow what the community is asking. And I'm not satisfied with 152 responses, quite frankly, that they got in the spring. I would love, when we send out 200 emails, to get 175 or 200 responses. That's what I would expect. But I don't know how much the trust and how much, are they gonna care what I respond? Should I just blow it off? They don't listen anyway. I think when we get in a pattern like that, we're losing parent engagement. So I totally agree with everything you said, but I hope it changes.
Thank you for all the hard work.
Director Thompson.
All right, thank you for your presentation, and I appreciated these questions. I think they really help shape this conversation. So not to repeat, but kind of build on some of the points that were made. First, right, we do know that there's challenges with clarity, and I do think as a board, we're responsible for passing policy that can be actually implemented by staff in a way that is possible, right? So in the case here, one of my main concerns with the policy as written is that it can't be implemented in a way that's not discriminatory, and that's really unfair for our staff. To have to implement a policy like that as well. The other thing around clarity And we heard this in public comment tonight. I've read through all the responses to all 3 of these surveys. And again, I agree with your conclusion that there's a lot of misinformation out there. And I do think a policy that outlines what parents' rights are maybe is needed because there's so much confusion about what those rights are. I mean, they're thinking that, we heard commenters tonight thinking about that if some of the language is changed in this policy, that it's actually going to remove parents' rights, and that's just not true. So we have work that we can do, I think, as a board to address those concerns. But on the flip side, we should be considering things like students' rights as well. That way we're not too heavy on one side versus the other. The other point, sorry, I had so many questions, but you guys asked a lot of them. Yes, sorry, now, thank you for the prompts. So also just concerning looking at this forward, if the board decides that, hey, maybe we revisit the way this policy is written, we really take at CASB, during our retreat, we talked about policy governance and the value of kind of having more broad policy for interpretation that's easier for staff to be able to implement in a way that makes sense for the district. But also we could have longer conversations about our potential legal risks for any changes that we're making. That definitely is a concern of mine that we're opening ourselves up to lawsuits. So thank you.
Director Meek.
Yeah, if I'm to summarize, really, I have 2 main concerns. The first is the fact that we don't have clear written guidelines right now, and we have concerns that maybe teachers don't know how to handle certain situations in the classroom. So getting staff input and student input on this is really essential. So really, we have a policy that's in place. I feel like we need to have the regulation ready ASAP. So I think the timeline on that is really critical. And then the second main concern goes back to the parent rights, which is what I think I had recommended before, that we create a whole separate policy. And it has parent rights, it has student rights, and it has staff rights. And I think it's really important because I think that gives you the balance that we talk about and that Director Myers talks about all the time. And I think there would be a lot of value to having a separate policy that really outlines those rights.
Yeah, I'm certainly open to a discussion at a later meeting, potentially after we have a 7th board member, I think would probably be a good idea. And I think that the direction to the superintendent when this policy was written, and we had talked about it as a board, was that a KBR policy would potentially be ready sometime later, like at the end of the school year, was what I recall.
Thank you for that, President Williams. Yes, that is my recollection as well. And when we develop a regulation, we don't do so in a vacuum. So it is a collaborative process that we often do with a team that has representation from various areas of the district that might be impacted as we work on that regulation. So that takes time. It isn't something that can just happen. So our plan was certainly, we were shooting for it by the end of the school year timeframe as previous discussions. Thank you.
One last comment, and as I found my page, I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of credit that your attempts at transparency and making it clear the changes. I think we heard even in public comment tonight, people were very clear about where the changes were. So I do think you guys were effective there.
Personally, I'd love to see all the policies done that way.
Thank you.
So yes, I want to thank you as well. I'm wondering, did you get public comment at your DAC meetings in regards to this work? Because I know you've been working on this for a while.
I don't recall specific public comment addressing the slide, but where DAC gave us tons, we did this presentation for DAC and they gave us a sheet full of stuff. So we spent weeks switching it up and doing what DAC wanted us to do, so.
Thank you guys so much for all your work. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We really appreciate the opportunity and look forward to two-way dialogue.
So without exception, we're going to take a quick 6-minute break, so 9:35. All right, the Board of Education meeting is back in session. Going to look at number 28, the resolution to delegate mill certification authority.
Aha. Okay, I'm going to pass this to Ms. Stone, and we're both here to answer questions for you.
Good evening. For the new directors on the board, my name is Colleen Doan. I'm the Director of Budget for the school district. So we're going to go through this really quickly tonight for you all. Talk about which tax bills do you certify? What is the impact of Senate Bill 23B001? Just a brief review of the calculation methodology, and then our recommendation and requested action. So we have 4 different categories of mills. A mill is basically the tax rate. We have our school finance mill, that is a fixed mill amount of 27 mills. We have 6 separate overrides, including the most recent one that total just under 140 million. Those are fixed dollar mills. We have bond redemption, which is allowed by statute in order to pay off our existing general obligation bonds. So these are the GO bonds from 2018 and prior. And then our last category, it's very small, is our abatement, which is allowed for our share of property taxes abated and refunded. So the reason why we're here tonight with a slightly different message for you is the impact of Senate Bill 23B001. This was the special legislative session held in late November, which reduced home values for 2023, assessed value certifications, and effectively delayed the timelines that are set within statute. And so all counties, their assessor's offices, are required to recertify the assessed valuation for all of their property tax entities and get out those revised numbers, which are a bigger revision than what we normally see that comes in December. In addition to that, Douglas County, through the Board of County Commissioners, further instituted a 4% across the board residential home value reduction that is separate from the special legislative sessions SB 001. So the calculation is fairly straightforward. So when we have a fixed mill, meaning a fixed tax rate, like the School Finance Act, you take that tax rate, or so 27 mills, you multiply it by the assessed valuation. So these are draft assessed valuations as provided by the county assessor for Douglas County as of November 30th, meaning it is inclusive of estimates on SB 001, but it is still not the final amount because they have a few more weeks actually to finalize. But that is hopefully very close based upon their estimates. So you take that 27, multiply by the draft assessed valuation, divide that by 1,000, and that gives you the approved tax amount, or about $272 million that the school district will collect as part of the School Finance Act in property taxes. And then you essentially do the reverse for any of your mills that are fixed dollar amounts. So the rest of our mills are fixed dollar. We know how much we intend to collect, and we have to back into the tax rate, which changes annually based upon the assessed valuation of property. So this uses the 2018 mill levy override as the example. So this is $40 million to be collected annually. Divide that by the same assessed valuation, or the approximately $10 billion. Multiply it by 1,000, and that gets you the mill rate of 3.965. Bond redemption is another form of a fixed dollar mill, meaning we know how much we need to collect in order to pay off the next year's principal and interest payments on our outstanding debt. And with this, we will be reducing the bond redemption mill from the current 6.700 mills down to 5.345 mills based upon what we need to generate to pay off the principal and interest due this upcoming year. So this is a summary of the recommendation. And again, draft information. It is not 100% ready to go. We also have a small sliver of Elbert County It doesn't materially change the numbers, but we do have to include them as well. And so you can see across the top is the School Finance Act. That is a fixed 27 mills. The state determines that that is our tax rate. Then we have our mill levy overrides. You can see that that increased from 9.050 last year to 13.850 due to the 2023 mill levy override of $66 million. Then we have the abatement that is provided to us by the counties. We don't have control over that. And then we have the bond redemption, which you can see the decrease that I mentioned on a previous slide. So in total, our mill levy that we are recommending the Board of Education certify will be 46.446 mills for collection in calendar year 2024. So our requested action tonight is that you vote to allow the superintendent to perform a true-up on that final certification using these draft certifications that I'm presenting to you tonight, because we will receive those final numbers from both Douglas and Elbert counties no later than January 3rd. So seeing that, this is information that's going to be finalized during our winter break. We will then turn around, based upon those final numbers, all certification supporting documentation to both of the counties and the Colorado Department of Education no later than January 10th. So it is a very tight window in which we need to submit all this information, but this is simply the request for a true-up of the numbers that are presented to you this evening. So with that, both Janet and I are open for any questions.
Director Weidiger.
I just wanted to share that the FOC last week was presented around this as well, and just some questions that they brought up about it was around the legality of this resolution, appointing the superintendent to do this, and Jana confirmed that they consulted with outside counsel around it, and they were good with how the resolution is written. And also, if other school districts are doing it, which they are, I'm not sure the list, but I think most of them are. And you guys can expand on this too when I'm done. And if this is ongoing or a one-time thing, it's a one-time thing for this year. And then they're wondering if every year, if this is usually a contentious vote, and they're reassured that's usually a unanimous vote, because if we don't vote to pass these mills, we won't receive our revenue. So with all that, they felt good about it and were good with me sharing their thoughts on it rather than a formal memo. And also they were reassured around that it's really just a true up, like Colleen said about the assessed value, because that's what's up in the air right now. It's not so much about how it's calculated. So did I miss anything, Superintendent Kane?
Yes, I would just say that we will come back in the January work session and tell you how it all landed, how it got trued up. But this is really, really, really going to be super close. But it's just a very unusual landscape this year, and we don't expect to ever have to do it this way again.
I just need to clarify one number. For example, on number 5, you use the same number throughout. The 2023 draft assessed valuation of just over $10 billion, a number that boggles. Is that the assessed valuation before or after the 4% reduction by the Douglas County Commissioners?
This is after, so this takes both scenarios into consideration. Should all of their workings hold true, this is what the Douglas County Assessor says, and theirs is 99% of this, and then we made these same assumptions on SB 001 to apply to our very, very small portion of Elbert County, but not the 4% piece.
So if the 4% is not upheld by the Board of Equalization, and we're about to cross over to the areas I don't know, then the draft assessed valuation will change, which means the mill rate will have to change, correct? And that's one of the reasons that we are currently spinning plates, is because there are other entities that we cannot control who may or may not be messing with us.
That is correct, and
Thank you.
we will not know the result of that until December 18th. Superintendent Kane.
Yes, I would just emphasize that the calculation is it's the exact same calculation. So whatever that assessed valuation comes to, based on what's overturned or not overturned, or however it lands, whatever that draft assessment valuation lands at, it will be this exact calculation that will get to the mill rate, which is why this is really a true up rather than a delegation where the superintendent can kind of decide the mill rate. It is exactly this calculation.
Am I correct that basically that mill rate might change in like the second digit, right? If the 4% is not upheld, and then the assessed value will go up by 4%, and it's still, I mean, we're talking about small numbers here, right?
Yeah, this should be a really small amount, and we're actually closer than most district because our Douglas County assessor, Toby Damish, is really on top of this and has been running these numbers every which way. So we're one of the few districts that actually has this up-to-date of information, including the new Senate bill.
Director Meek.
So it sounds like we've not delegated this in the past, correct? This has always been a board duty, right, in the past?
That is correct, but I would emphasize again, this is what is being suggested is a true up rather than a delegation.
So it's my understanding there's a handful of districts that are considering this, and I think it's because mostly they don't have meetings scheduled, and it would be a challenge for them to schedule a special meeting, but we actually have a meeting on January 9th. So we actually are set to be able, as a board, to do our statutory duty of certifying the mills on January 9th. And the reason I think I would advocate for this is we're in a really complex environment. There's a lot of moving parts. Things are different. And for me, it's really about transparency for our community. And this is one of the board's core duties that we have. And to make changes to it out of the public eye, where the public can't comment if they want to comment once it's final, right? Like, there's a transparency piece to me that's really important to allow our community to ask questions, follow along, and it seems like we need to give taxpayers complete visibility when we're talking about their taxes. It's just an area that I think I feel really strongly around transparency. The second concern might be exposing staff to risk. Traditionally, the way this works, the board is overseeing this decision. And so on January 9th, we would have the ability to have a conversation or speak up or do anything in that regard. And then just setting precedent. And I know I've heard, we're doing this for these reasons, but again, the only other districts that I've heard of who are doing it this way, it's because they don't have a meeting. We have a meeting January 9th, and this is due January 10th. And so for me, I think given the sensitivity of taxes and transparency, and we could have different things happening between now and then, I guess I just don't understand the value of making this decision tonight. So maybe Superintendent Kane, you can help me understand why, it's better to do it this way than waiting till January 9th.
Sure. Well, one is, as Director Geiger mentioned, the spinning plates. We want to make sure that we have all of the information as we make a decision. And of course, your January 9th meeting was a study session. Staff is open to, in any case, we will return on January 9th with where the calculation landed, but we wanted to make sure that we had as much flexibility as possible on the timeline in order to accommodate all of the spinning plates.
I guess my concern with waiting to do this on January 9th is I don't feel like that gives staff ample time to get everything ready for the 10th. I feel like that's just a lot to do with one day. So I think because we've gotten FOC's input, and it sounds like this is a true up, it's not this isn't a delegation, this isn't an every year type thing, I would feel comfortable allowing it for this year, but open to discussion.
I guess what I don't understand, and the list of things I don't understand yet about this job is very, very long. What is the work that is necessary between when we approve this and when you submit it? I don't want you working through the night on January 9th. And so that's what I want to know. I think the odds we're going to change anything are slim and none, and Slim left the house. But I don't want you working late night. So what would be the downside to you if we wait till the 9th to approve this as a board?
I'll answer your first question first. What are the kind of next steps? So once we have the final numbers, I need to manually input everything into the county software. So the Douglas County does not allow us to just submit it in our formats. We have to actually utilize their software, and that software doesn't open until this whole window technically opens. And so once we have the final numbers on or before the 3rd, I then have to start my process of actually putting it into the software that then goes to the state.
So what you're telling me is you need to start this process well before January 9th.
That is correct.
That's the piece of information that I was missing here, is that you can't do it, you can't, there's no submit later button.
I need to have it done by 5 p.m. on the 10th.
Okay, so it seems to me, of course, if we disagreed on the 9th, we could have a different discussion. But it seems to me, given that, I have concerns about not delegating in this particular situation. I understand Director Mead's concerns. I would propose that we modify the resolution to specifically state that the superintendent will provide us with the final levy amounts at our meeting on January 9th. I think that probably goes in last in the therefore be it resolved. Probably in the final be it further resolved that the board authorizes and delegates the authority to the contingent upon providing the final numbers to the board on January 9th, at the January 9th meeting. Would that be sufficient?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. In the final be it further resolved section, do you see that? Board hereby authorizes and specifically delegates authority, I'm sorry, I'm drafting in my head, to one or both of the district superintendent or chief financial officer to update and submit the district's revised final certification of mill levies on or before January 10th, and the superintendent or the chief financial officer shall update the board with the final numbers, with the final mill levy certification at the meeting on January 9th. Does that clarify? Certainly. I see it. I took out contingent.
That was my thought, so thank you for that.
Yeah, I took out contingent because I realized why that wasn't going to work. Sorry for all of you listening to lawyers.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so Jana, I assume you've done this in the past, the certification process, right? Or Colleen does it, I'm sorry.
Colleen mostly does it. I haven't
Okay.
been involved much last year, so this is my first year really digging into it.
Okay. I was just curious, like, how many hours does it take to do this process?
It's a couple of days of work from beginning to end, but I've already, started the legwork on it, and so it's a matter of seeing how much the numbers change, but still getting the final numbers from Elbert County, which I don't yet have. It's just a couple of days of work from when the software opens, but I also, because they entirely delayed when the software will open, they haven't indicated yet if they're going to be making any changes and require any training to accommodate any changes to the software format or layout, because the whole timeline they pushed. So, sorry, hard to answer.
No, that's fine. I just want to make sure I have all the information so I can think through this. So you can start the process, you can have it started, right? So then on the 10th, you would just finalize and submit. Or it sounds like it's multi-days, so it allows you to have a process in place, and then you hit submit on the 10th.
I can start before we finalize, but can only get so far in the process in terms of going to the next steps until I know my final numbers. Because then once I push, there are multiple submissions, and we actually don't tax as one taxing authority. And so I can only get so far.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. How many spinning plates are there?
So one of them is Elbert County, which has a much smaller staff than Douglas County, so they're always last minute. But they're a small piece of it. And then the other big piece is the 4% reduction that Douglas County did. So that's unprecedented, that hasn't been done before. So they've made that 4% reduction, and it has to be reviewed by the state assessor's office, I think is who's reviewing that. And once they opine on that, if they approve it, this is great. If they don't, I've talked to the assessor and they're still deciding what they will do then. And I don't know what we will do then will look like, and if that will delay anything, or if they're allowed any more delays. So it's just a little bit of an unknown for all of us. Around that 4% is giving me the most anxiety.
Yeah, I was just, in my head, I was just thinking, like, I wonder if having a couple calculations, like, laid out would make it a little bit more transparent on how the calculation could be applied, like, based off these different spinning plates.
So my response to that would be that truly it all hinges on that draft assessment valuation number, which is currently the $10 billion. That draft assessment evaluation number is what changes based on the 4% or whatever. So, and that number is not up to us. So what we're showing you is everything that this is entirely transparent. That number is just not up to us. So when we get that final number between Douglas and Elbert, right, that final number is plugged into this exact equation. So there's no piece of this that is our discretion, because that is the fixed, once that number's in, the whole calculation still holds. Am I making sense? It's late. Does that make sense? Okay.
I would move to amend the resolution to add a sentence at the end that states, the superintendent shall inform the board at its meeting on January 9th of the final certification of mill levies.
Okay, so I wrote in the last sentence on be it further resolved, make sure I understand this. It will read exactly the way it currently does, but after the final period, we will add another sentence that says, in addition, the superintendent shall update the board with the final mill levy numbers at the January 9th, 2024 meeting of the Board of Education.
I move we adopt that resolution as amended.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Roll call, Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. On to number 29, consideration of draft resolution regarding the board vacancy. We had discussion at our retreat last, Wednesday, regarding what this might look like. And so I just want to open it up. I can read through it, or if people want to talk to how the dates came to be, certainly willing to do so. And I think that we also need to nominate a couple board members, it looks like, to review applications. It says the board president and another board director.
Did you want to, sorry.
Go ahead.
Director Williams, if you don't mind giving everyone an overview of the dates.
Sure.
You don't have to get into the nitty-gritty.
Sure. So this would look similar to what we did in the past in the vacancy that we had back in May. We would open up application process beginning tomorrow, I think around 8 a.m., where anybody living in Directorate B could apply for the Board of Education position. It would essentially fill out the remaining 2 years on former Director Peterson's time. And we would then open up applications until January the 5th. At noon, we would stop collecting those, at which time myself and one other board director will review the applications. And then on January, I thought we actually discussed January 8th, and I think this says the 9th. So I think we decided that the 8th, we would let people know about interviews scheduled for January the 11th, beginning at 2 p.m., that we will have scheduled a special meeting for that day. And and then we would have second interviews on the January 23rd board meeting, at which we would at that point vote and hopefully seat a new board member on January the 23rd. So does anybody have questions? I could be wrong about the January 8th, but I, for some reason, recalled that we would have that decision made by the 8th, but I could be wrong. Superintendent King.
That's my mistake, Director Williams.
Okay.
I apologize, so we can certainly change it to the 8th.
Would it be helpful if I just read through it really fast? Or is everyone good? I don't really, I mean, I can, but I don't really want to. Okay, okay, good, thank you. Okay, good. Yeah, no, I mean, I could speed read. Just kidding, I'm totally kidding.
Move to adopt the resolution as amended.
Well, we need to.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Choose another director. We need to choose another director to review applications.
Everybody jumping on it? I will assist the board president if anyone else, unless anyone else would prefer to.
Great. So if everyone is good with that, we will add in the board president and Director Geiger to review applications sometime between January 5th, with making the determination by January the 8th. And so with those changes, do I have a motion to approve the resolution for the draft resolution regarding board vacancy?
Move to adopt the resolution as amended.
Second.
Okay, Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, motion passes 6-0. We will move into the policy governance portion of the meeting, where we're going to talk about proposed revisions to policy BGE, policy process delegation of district policies. This will be our second reading. We also did discuss this at our board retreat last week, where we really just talked about the policies and really which lane they fell in, whether it was a board authority policy or a superintendent authority policy. And really, this is just cleaning up, for lack of better words, a mess that it was before. So any questions or comments that anyone would like to make on that? Director Geiger.
I just want to thank council. I know this was a great deal of not so fascinating work, and I appreciate the effort put into it.
Anyone else? Great. Do I have a motion to approve policy BGE?
So moved.
Second?
Roll call Geiger,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
Myers,
Aye.
Thompson,
Aye.
Williams, aye, Weiniger.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. On to proposed revisions to policy BG, policy process. As I understand this, and correct me if I am mistaken, this is really to just put us in alignment since we just made the changes to the BGE policy.
That is correct, President Williams, and it clarifies that the board is going to maintain the exhibit BG-E rather than the superintendent, since the board is responsible for delegating authority to the superintendent.
Great. Do I have any questions or a motion?
Move to adopt.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Myers. Roll call Geiger,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
Myers, Thompson,
Aye.
Williams, aye, Weiniger.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Great, so we'll just move into Board of Education reports. Item number 32, we just thought it would be a good idea for all of us to talk and maybe give our reflections on last week's Board of Education retreat and the CASB convention. So I'll just start by saying I think the retreat was very successful. I think we had a lot of really good, meaningful conversations. A few things that I wrote down were that we talked about our board norms and we committed to revisiting them in addition to the policy governance model of governing once we have a new board member. We talked about another board retreat that we will probably do on Saturday, February the 24th, as I have it written down, where we would do maybe the first portion talking, and I think Director Meek and I are going to sit down and put together the agenda, but just kind of giving an overview of things that we talked about is revisiting our ends, perhaps how we're going to govern in the future, what policy governance really looks like, and then also inviting our committees to maybe come have conversation with the board so that we can develop relationships and perhaps how we want to move forward with all of our committees and have those meaningful conversations. And then we talked about our legislative priorities, which were approved tonight on consent agenda. And then we talked on what happened in our opinions about 5B and what our potential steps forward look like. So, and then I just will really quickly, the CASB conference, in my opinion, this is my third year attending, and this was by far my favorite year. I think that the keynote speakers were excellent. And if anybody hasn't seen the Hallmark movie, Homeless to Harvard, you should go watch it because we actually got to see her speak and she was amazing. So really great stories and inspirational. So anyway, is it Lifetime? Sorry, Lifetime. Sorry, my bad. Okay. Anyway, anybody else want to give their reflections on either the retreat or CASB or both? Director Meek.
Yeah, I thought it was a great retreat. It was really productive. I think we all had a really good time working together and kind of forming a new board. Every time, there's changes on a board, it's a new board. So I thought it was really productive. I'm really disappointed I missed the keynote because I went to the DC Oaks graduation, but that was amazing and inspiring, and I'll have to watch the movie instead. I attended several great breakouts. I think Director Myers and I both attended the student-centered boardroom breakout with both of us kind of in the SAG, the Student Advisory Group. It's really interesting to hear how other boards and other districts really try to elevate the student voice, and so that was very interesting. Lots of budgeting presentations, creating your district's legislative platform, and the policy governance panel, and listening to other districts and how they operate using policy governance.
Director Geiger.
First of all, thank you to staff, Ms. Brockman, Ms. Klemesh, and of course Superintendent Kane. I am none the wiser, but I am better informed than when I went down there. And every time I try to learn about school finance, I learn how little I know about school finance. But I do know more than when I went down. One thing that I think we need to keep in our head, there were 184 students from other districts down there, learning a great deal, participating a great deal, and I hope that next year we can work very hard to have more Douglas County students there. I think that was very meaningful to all of the people there. I had a chance to talk to some of the kids from Durango. They got a great deal out of it. So thank you all for everything you did. That was a very valuable 3 days.
Director Thompson.
Thank you. I appreciated the summary of the retreat. I felt like that was pretty thorough. I just wanted to highlight a little bit of our conversation about policy governance and the role of board committees, as well as ownership of bylaws, that there was a discussion about that. And I bring it up so it's just out there, since we know that we have committees that are actively working on bylaws, and that we're having conversations about ownership of those. I don't know if anybody else wanted to add to that before I move on to the next. Okay. And then I also agreed with what you stated, that it was a very productive retreat. I agree with what you said, Brad, that I felt more informed after participating in it, and it was a really nice opportunity to work collaboratively as a team. That was a wonderful experience. I know that I left, it was a long meeting, but I left feeling very light. And so that was fantastic. So I just thank you to everybody for creating an environment like that.
Director Myers.
Well, I'm just going to concur. And it actually was the best, my third year also of CASB. And opening speakers were great. The breakout sessions were really good this year. I feel like I learned a lot. So, and it was a great time. Our retreat was, we were transparent, we were honest, we had good conversation. And I wish I had my visual for Director Meek, because I know she likes visuals, and I lost it and couldn't find it. But somebody back last year gave us a chalkboard on a little easel. And it was a clean slate. And that's where I think we're at. So I hope the community will work with us.
Well, yeah, I agree. I thought it was a great collaborative retreat that we had. I think we all are in agreement on policy governance, which I think helped because, I don't know, it's nice when you're all in agreement on stuff. And so that was a good review on that. And I have not been able to attend CASB because it always times wrongly with my work, but you guys are really making me want to try to make it work next year. So hopefully I can make it work next year.
Awesome. Okay, into President report. So the next regular meeting of the Board of Education is January 9th. The agenda planning for the January 9th, and I assume we'll come up with at least a short agenda for also the January 11th meeting for the interviewing process. So both of those will be done this coming Thursday at 10:30 a.m. And then just to kind of speak to some of the things that we've done as a board, November 29th, we had a charter engagement where we were able to sit down with 15 out of our 17 charter schools. So that was pretty awesome. So it was very highly attended. And I think that I'm going to kind of speak for all of us, but I think we all got a lot out of that. And I think one of the things that we should talk about at some point as a board is how we're going to use the information that we receive and what that looks like for us moving forward. And then also yesterday, we were able to meet with 4 of our legislators and also the cabinet. And we were able to talk about bills that are potentially going to be hitting this coming session, things that were important to us after we had our legislative priorities meeting down during our retreat. We were able to present that to them as a draft before it was formally voted in this evening. And I think it was really helpful to have that two-way conversation about things that they were looking at and things that we found to be important. And I just think it was a good collaborative meeting. So that's what I have. Vice President reports.
Thank you. I agree with meeting with the legislators yesterday. It was very collaborative, and thank you to all the staff that attended because they really were the ones who were doing the back and forth with the state reps. So I thought that was a great meeting that you put together, Superintendent Kane. So thank you for that. Something that I feel bad about forgetting to give a call out last time, and it seemed so long, so sorry, this is random, but I attended a Veterans Day program at Pine Lane Elementary and really enjoyed it. And they do a good program as well with their 2nd graders and 5th graders. And they also had a student play the bagpipes, which blew me away. So that was really cool. And then the last thing I wanted to bring up was FOC. We had a great meeting last week. We got a presentation from our audit firm related to the CDE audit accreditation report, which was on our consent agenda, and it was attached to that as well. It was all good news. We also talked about the Mill Certification Authority, which we went over. And then we also talked about a survey about that they're going to survey the FOC members on around funding options related to 5B not passing. So more to come on that. And then they also put together a memo on site-based budgeting. They worked really collaboratively on that. The chair did a great job trying to make sure he captured everyone's thoughts around it. And so I will send out that memo after this meeting to all board members. And then the next meeting, I'm actually going to be out of town, so thank you, Director Thompson, for going to attend that. And we'll hear back from that after you attend.
Great, and then we'll just go down the line. I don't know that you, but Director Geiger.
I have not a bunch to add. The meeting with the legislatures was an excellent idea, and appreciate that. And I think that needs to be, of course, consistent. So far, other than 6-hour meetings, I'm kind of enjoying this gig, so thank you.
Great, Director Myers.
I have only had one SAG meeting since our meeting before that, and Director Meek showed up and kind of got an idea of what we do there and give them a little update and walked around and visited with talked with each of the committees that they're working on their reports and some things. We might be making a few little changes on their mid-year board report so that it would be have another filter instead of taking time and then we'll wait till the end of the year. That's it.
Director Thompson.
Yeah, so first I just wanted to build on a point that was just brought up about Veterans Days and how that's celebrated in this district is amazing. As someone who's married to a veteran, I see the joy and the lightness that is brought by attending those. Sometimes, reflecting on your service is very difficult, but to have something like that in place within your community, and especially your kids' school, is something very special. So I wanted to comment on that. So thank you for bringing it up. There was a DAC meeting on November 16th. Do you want me to go ahead and just provide those updates? So it was my final DAC meeting, bittersweet. So processing that still. And just some highlights went over. There was conversations around membership to the DAC. Again, there's, board committees have open applications for anybody in the community that is interested in applying and serving in that capacity. There was a little bit of a conversation about some small revisions to kind of update that. There was another conversation around DAC norms, which was a fantastic conversation and a lot of progress, I think, in how the DAC would like to move forward. There was skip the long board update. There was also an item on the educator effectiveness. There was a handout that was given by Dr. Kirby, and there was an opportunity for the DAC to provide feedback on defining some terms that they use for evaluator effectiveness, so fairness, credibility, professional quality, effectiveness, and continuous improvement. I really appreciated this conversation because the ongoing discussion about rubrics and educator effectiveness occur on the DAC, and I struggled in a meeting really wanting to understand and define these, so the fact that it was brought back as a conversation, that was wonderful, and I was really appreciative of Dr. Kirby doing that. There was also an opportunity for the DAC to provide the feedback for one of their statutory requirements, which is recommendations for principals, so that was a nice conversation. And it ended with a little bit of an open discussion, and then, of course, the announcement that Kane will be at the next DAC meeting, and that was really well received. So that's it.
Great. All right, Director Meek.
Sure, I really don't have anything else to add. Everything's been covered, other than I know we did not pick committee liaisons because we're waiting for the newest individual. I know the safety committee is meeting in January, and I'd like to volunteer to fill in on that, and there's 2 openings, but I'm volunteering.
I'd like to go too. Yeah, I'd like to attend as well. But great.
And that's it.
Awesome.
Thanks.
So the next and last thing is adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Motion by Geiger.
Second.
Second by Thompson. Roll call, Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams. Aye. Weiniger. Aye. Motion passes 6-0. The Board of Education is now adjourned.